nuclear.
warheede meeye waardiyuhu
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
清理下层甲板。注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们已
下身
将到达，爱子成了价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
谢谢你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让
And the rest of that, right? There is a chance that a lot of lives will be saved.
变得有意义。
Or when people pretend or live in denial, like pretending that maybe it's just been exaggerated, maybe it's not that bad, and they get caught in the midst of it. You see, ignorance these days is by choice, by the way. You remember, if anybody in this day and time that you have the internet, you have the social media, you have a lot of resources at your disposal to access every information that you are doubtful of. So if somebody comes and shows you this their propaganda, their spin, and you are too lazy to find out yourself, it is your own choice. That is yourself. You have yourself to blame for that. Not those who are paid to lie to you, to tell you that everything is fine until you find yourself in the captivity of these terrorists. And then it will be done on you. Say, oh my God, I've been hearing about it, but I thought this dead. No. So, Christians, most Nigerians generally, right? I am not going to pretend that the government of Nigeria has managed to disarm you enough that a lot of you are just waiting, like the cow being taken to the slaughter, waiting for the day, right? But nevertheless, you can outsmart them enough that, yeah, what you know, you share. Self-aware enough that at least if people are prepared, not like they're nonchalant about it and the rest, right? Lives could be saved. Because what is going on in Nigeria right now is actually worse than war. Economically, what do you call it? In your defense, everything. They've exposed Nigeria so much that, Baba, because of these terrorists, Nigeria is shutting down schools. The government shut down schools. The government shut down schools. They call it preventive measures. What does that mean? It simply means that they do not have the resources to keep everybody safe. And they don't want to keep looking bad. So they cut down their pay and stylishly succumb to the wish of these terrorists. Ordinarily said, cookies are up anyway. That Western education is saying. So shutting down school, whose kind of like wish do you think the government is fulfilling? That of the terrorists. They usually say that there is no force greater than the force of the government in its own country. But when you have another force from the non-state actors so strong enough that governments make decisions based on the threat of these guys, not go after them or call it preventive measures. Why they continue to negotiate these terrorists? They're lying to the people. Yeah, that they are doing it in your own interest. So are they Pharisee? But there is more, by the way. So we hear the news of, we've actually seen the video of the 38 people, including children, kidnapped. In Eruku, remember? At that CAC church in Eruku. But the questions people are asking is that when they rescue, because if you rescue them, there will be a chance of a shootout. They said the DSS did it. I read this somewhere. They said DSS was involved in their rescue. Okay, so what is rescue? Does that not mean that there are some people keeping them in captivity, right? Or did they just leave them there and the terrorists went away? No. So one of the survivors, in fact, about 2 or 3 of the survivors spoke to the media, right? However, before we get to that, or should we go to that as well? Let's go to Eruku first. When they were brought back from those who took them and from their church, right? Who took them from their church and killed 3 of them. So the government wants us to believe that no ransom was paid to them and no terrorist was arrested or killed. One of the victims said, nobody can escape from that place. Then what happened? They quickly cut him off. Like, no, that's all right. Don't say much. It's okay. Watch this. And tell me what you observe.
传媒互动完，在罗马太迟了。我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。目标船只已在视线内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid la seexday
快，清理下，注意手榴弹。
我们以为没人会来，
下身，
撤离队伍，爱子等了。这批货架海盗只是一个障眼法。田中爱子，你拯救了无数生命。
进我返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无
乐于助人，是变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗海岸被海盗劫持了。
加速发动内
我们首先避免不必要的伤亡。目标船只在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid waxaan u malaynaya
快，清理下层甲板，注意手。
没人会来，车将到达，总是太忠诚了，价值数十亿，只是一个障眼法。田中爱救了无数生命，
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子的到来，你的到来。
让我们让这件事变得有意义。洋连接着我们所有人，让我们为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，
货船马里海岸被海。隐秘登船，必要行动，在视线准备登。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
Are you looking to have your own custom domain? With Cloudflare, you can get transparent at-cost market pricing with no fees or markups. Your domain comes automatically integrated with our free website security and performance plan. That includes CDN, unmetered DDoS protection, a universal SSL certificate, and more, so you can rest easy that your new domain is protected from the start. At cloudflare.com.
爱子，你生命。
者返回基地。
It's Hostinger's biggest ever Black Friday sale. Hostinger AI website builder plans now start at just $1.95 a month. Go online in minutes with AI. Plus, get a domain name and extra months for free. Get 24/7 expert support and try it risk-free with our 30-day money-back guarantee. Join more than 4 million people making their dreams a reality online. Go to hostinger.com and launch your website today.
被海盗劫持了。
拦截。
隐秘的面部惊动，目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
But you never heard about the religious dimension of it. And lately, you're hearing that, Catholic students are being kidnapped. It's because of the negative narrative or perception that, we have a Christian
laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
genocide. I now see the who have not been there before.
经理下层甲板。
I've got the new development of the kidnappings and all the things you're seeing. So it has never been there before. Not the ungoverned forests in Kogi, Yaba East, Yaba West are now being occupied by bandits action, which we didn't see in the last decade. For Plateau State and Benue State, there have been decades of crisis from 2001 to date. So their own crises have been there from that from that time up to this moment. So it's not as if the crisis is just occurring or not center is now on the front page. It's because of the new narrative that we have on the global stage, tagging Nigeria as having high level of Christian genocide coming from Benue State and Plateau State. Of course, the people in Benue State are majorly Christians and the people in Plateau State are majorly Christians as well. That's why when you see the levels of killings that is happening are majorly affected by the Christian community. But that doesn't mean that the Muslim community in those states are not also not
particularly targeted.
We are also encouraging the community to give us intelligence reports as soon as they get it. So with the creation of my office committee engagement, we've set up community structures in Kogi State, Benue State and Plateau State because of the nature of the occurrences that have been happening lately, for the community to get closer to us and give us intelligence as soon as it's happening, so that we can help the security agency with the relevant information. We also train them about intelligence gathering, communication skills, so that they know what to do, how to identify small little problems that we can escalate into higher level for analysis and also reporting. So we've encouraged communities at different levels. We've trained stakeholders from traditional leaders to the NCWS leaders, to the Farmers Association, to the MAGMA, to all of them together to understand the importance of giving us intelligence reports as soon as they get it.
Let me understand something now. You're talking about
a farmer reported to us, she painted that her crops were burnt, and we noticed
Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, the IG of Police and the
every local government require all Yorubas. The people that are being kidnapped in Yagba East, Yagba West are all Yorubas. Should I now come out with my sentiment and say Yorubas have been affected, or the Gala or the Gay or the Ejira people are killing our Yorubas? It won't be nice. But that's the fact. If you see the numbers of the 38 people that were killed in Kwara State are all Yorubas.
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
爱子小姐，到了，你的到来是我家。
乐于让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
Even some people,
货船北斗湾
they
在
begin
索
to
马
now
里
they
海
are
岸
the
被
same
海
drop
盗劫
of
持了
blood everywhere.
Now, from that today when you are released, what is the situation right there inside the ocean?
It was unimaginable because we just here, we didn't know that we are dominated area, that these people can do. Even they have the courage to tell that they are bandits. they make us know that there's no one that can just sleep away without being caught. And with what we see, nobody can escape. From that place they have dominated. They knew all the rules surrounding all those bushes, then Kuala and other states.
Thank you. What's that say about the feeling? Yeah, it's okay.
注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了，被批过价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
这是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
So, that was a.
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
隐秘登船。
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
必要伤亡，行动。
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, three childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff from Perth, Australia.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
我们以为没人会来。
下身。
When you live a global life, it can feel like your world is spinning, because it is, but it doesn't have to make you dizzy.
我信任你。
Send money at the pace of life with the Remitly app. Fast transfers worldwide with guaranteed delivery. Remitly, trusted by millions to move money worldwide.
返回基地。
爱子的到来是无价。
与助人，变得有海洋连接人，保护来和彼此。
And we are happy that they are safe and they are back home. But what's going to happen to their abductors? From that young man, and from his own experience and what he saw, he said the bandits, as he called them, the terrorists, they were bold enough to tell them that they are terrorists, and there's nobody that can catch them. And indeed, there's no way anybody can escape from that place. That they have already surrounded everywhere. All the Kwara, other states like Kogi, everywhere. They've surrounded everywhere. They told them. That's the same thing they told my own brother when he was kidnapped about 2 years ago. That's what they told him. They said, we are everywhere, just looking at all of you. And you know what makes this even more dangerous and scary is that Gumi will tell you that the Fulani terrorists, that they are not educated. That's why they are doing what they are doing. They needed to be educated. He even suggested that for you to understand the reason why he is mingling with these terrorists, right? He would suggest he send 10 of you to go and live with the terrorists right, or some time,
乐于助人
and then they will bring
让
the
我们
10
让这件事
terrorists
变得
out,
有
the
意义
Fulani terrorists to
海
come and
洋
live
连
in the
接着我
city
们所有人
and see the
让我们
difference. I
保护
don't know
他
what that
为
theory
了
was all about, right? He told his listeners in a bad
田中爱子，我们现
about
在
2
就
days
需要你。
ago.
货船北斗
But one
湾在
thing is
索马里
this.
海岸被海盗劫
The
持了。
Fulani terrorists are also sophisticated. Listen to this, oh. They are mostly on
如果我
social
们加速
media.
发动机
They are
，40
very
分钟内
good
就能拦截。
我们
and
首
this,
先隐秘登
recording
船，
their
避免
videos,
不必要的
uploading
伤
them,
亡。
even
行动
mixing them with music, sound.
目
They
标
are
船
very
只
good.
已
They
在
do
视
that
线
on
范围内
TikTok. They are
准备登
experts.
船。
Most of the things I can't even do. These Fulani terrorists are very good doing them. So they know how to track people. When they kidnapped my own brother at Ogiri Remo in Ogun State, right? They told him that they have been watching him for the past 2 weeks. How? As how now?
经理下层甲
Well,
板，
they said most of their victims, they pick them. These ones are different from those who are kidnapping people randomly. Oh. Those who are kidnapping people randomly, they are also different from those who are doing their jihad, the jihad of kill everybody in that community,
爱子，我们以
take
为
over
没
the
人会
place.
来。
So you have different categories of these criminals, of these terrorists, by the way. So
撤
you
离
know.
队伍即将到达
They are。 tracking
爱子
people.，
你总
They
是太
watch
忠
you on
诚
social
了，被
media.
批货
They look
价
at
值
you.
数十亿，
Look
海盗
at you on
只是
social
一个障
media,
眼法。
and the moment they have an idea that, oh, this is where you actually stay. You stay in Shagamu, or you stay in Ikene, or you stay in Otogbolu, or Ijebu, or anywhere like that. Sure you get. They said, then they'll
田
begin
中
to try.
爱
They
子
said they've
干
been
得好
tracking him for over
你
2
拯
weeks.
救了无数生命。
That there was a time they wanted to come and take him inside, in front of his father's house.
爱子小姐，
But they just
谢谢你的
felt
到来
like it
你
was
的
a
到
busy
来是
place.
无价的。
And there were
乐
so
于
many
助
innocent
人
people that they
让我
would
们让
kill.
这件事变得有意义。
Really? Fulani?
海洋连接着我
All
们
of them
所有人
Fulani. This is not like
让
some
我们保护
kidnappers.
他
Oh.
为
This
了
guy
未
said
来
it's
和
Fulani.
彼
Oh.
此
He。said they are all Fulanis. In this sense, oh, they have their camps
田中爱子，我
all
们现
over
在就
that
需要你。
place.
货船北斗湾在索马里海
They said they
岸
would
被
have
海
come
盗
into
劫
the
持了。
town, they would have entered Odogbolu and, shoot and kill everybody and grab him. All because of what? 3.1 million naira. That's how much they got
如果我们加
collected
速发
as
动机
ransom.
，40分钟内就能拦截。
3.1
我
million
们首
naira.
先隐秘登船，避免
Right.
不必要的
So,
伤亡。行动
These characters that Gumi believes they are not educated, they are using
目标船只已在
technology.
视线范围
They are
内，
monitoring
准
the
备登
names.
船。
They are even possibly watching me right now. And I've told them that even though me, I don't hope to end up in their hands. Or I don't know. Imagine I get kidnapped on Lagos Ibadan Expressway or from Ogbomoso to Ilorin. I get kidnapped and the terrorists are playing my egos for me and say, you are calling us Fulani terrorists. I'm Boroba Shege Bansa.
注意手
Saying
榴
that you
弹
will go live here now. Because it is possible. They are on social media. They monitor people. They comment. They go live. Social media.
爱子，
The
我们以
same
为没人
network that
会
you are
来。
struggling with in that your city, in that your town. Terrorists have good
即将到
network
达。
inside
爱
the
子，你
forest,
总是太忠诚了。
including
被批货
Boko
价
Haram.
值
They
数
have
十亿，
video
海盗
editors,
只是
they
一
have
个障
camera,
眼
they
法
have。drone operators, they have all
我信
this.
任你。
But Gumi want to make us believe that it's because they are not educated. He actually suggested it. I'll show you. He did. He said we should send 10 people to go and live with them, and
田
we
中
should bring
爱
10
子
of them
干得好，
to come into
你
town.
拯救了无数生命。
这是尽我的职责。基地。
Hey, so you see that fan? Would be a shame if something hit it. You thought your e-commerce site was ready, but your flash sale could turn into a flash fail. Cloudflare's business plan gives you 100% uptime guarantee to ensure your site stays up 24/7 and lets you see all the traffic that comes to your site, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you can protect your site, your sales, and your reputation. Get your when it hits the fan plan at cloudflare.com.
海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果40节，
隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动，目标船只在视线范围内，准备登。
Because this woman, is a white woman. I'm very pleased with all the speakers. Even though I don't understand your
laakiin waxaan u u malaynayaa inuu seexday
what I can understand.
快！清理下层甲板。
From the vibration of voices of the speakers that we are seeing the same thing. On misrepresentation
来，
and
撤离
misconstruing
队伍
facts,
即将到达，你总是太忠诚了。
I can now
对不起，
understand
海盗只是一个障眼法。
what I've been enduring and going through. Because I can say now in Nigeria, if you are a
田
fan
中
of
爱子，
social
你
media,
拯救了无数。
whenever you have Gumi, then I have a barrage
让
of
我们
missiles
接着
coming.
我们所有人，我们
All
未来
because of misrepresentation.
在所海盗劫持了。
My dear brothers, you are all dilemma. And you are more likely to
如果我们
be
加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我
We
们首
found
先隐秘登
ourselves
船，避免不
in
必要的伤
an
亡。
eye
惊
of
动
the storm of
目标
instituted
船只已在视
justice.
线范围内，
And
准
we
备
found the
登船。
reason. The basic reason is what all these erudite professors have been saying. Lack of education, unemployment.
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
So when I understand that our herdsmen are suffering from this too, you can imagine now if we select maybe 10 people here,
爱子，我们以
keep
为没
them
人
in
会
the
来，
house alone. There's no communication with the outside world.
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
They will be moving like a cow.
我信任你。
If you don't give man education, you'll be an animal. So I say, the best
田
way
中爱子干得
to
好，
calm
你
insecurity
拯救了无数生
is
命
to。go and see the source of the
爱子
insecurity.
小姐，谢谢你的
In
到来。
trying to go
你的
there
到来是无
and
价的。
establish contact with them,
让我们让这件事变得
opportunities
有
for
意
them
义。
to get
海洋连接
educated,
着我们
then
所
it
有
became
人，
a problem.
让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
Why is Dr. Gumi? He knows where they are. When I go with the police.
我们现在就需
I
要
don't go alone.
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
It's not a one-man mission. I carry everybody along.
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，
Obviously,
避免不必要的伤亡。惊动
Gumi walks and goes everywhere with a police orderly standing behind him. Why is a police officer standing behind Gumi in public? A lot of you are asking, why is Gumi not questioned? Why is Gumi not arrested? So, is that out of naivety or ignorance? Because Gumi obviously works for the government.
快！
Without their backing, he won't be embarking on this campaign. He went to Yoruba land to incite the Yoruba Muslims in Ibadan. He was asking the Yorubas, or he was telling them, the Yoruba
爱
Muslims
子
there, we
我们以为
invited
没人
him.
会来。
He was telling them that now he understood what they have been
撤离
going
队伍
through.
即将到
Going
达
through。
爱
in
子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十
He said the
亿，
narrative
海盗
was
只是一
the
个障眼
education,
法。
if you don't educate the Fulani, you're living with cow, he's going to be behaving like cow. So the question then is that the fault
田中爱子
of the
干得好，
Nigerians that have been
你拯
killed
救了
and
无数生命
kidnapped, or the fault of the various level of
爱
government
子小姐，
who have
谢谢你的到来
failed。in
你
their
的到来是无
responsibilities?
价的。
乐于助人，让
That
我们
if
让
all
这件
of
事变得
us
有意
are
义。
to react
海洋连接着
the
我
way
们
the
所有
Fulani
人，
terrorists are
让我
reacting
们保护
according
它
to，
为了
Gumi's
未来和
theory.
彼此。
If all of us are to be reacting to government's failure, marginalization,
货船北斗丸在索马
and
里海
decided to
岸
pick
被
up
海盗劫
arms,
持了。
Nigeria will cease to exist. Because there is no part, including children, there's no part of Nigeria that is not suffering from the government's failure and
我们首先
corruption.
隐秘登
No
船
part of，
避
Nigeria.
免不必要的伤亡。
Which means
行动
everybody shares in fact the only thing that is
目标船只
they call
已在
it
视线
the
范围
only
内，准备登
democratized
船。
thing in Nigeria that actually touches everybody is this shege. So in the Fulanis, because they were not sent to school by government, when in northern Nigeria education is free. Education is free in northern Nigeria. They are even begging them with food and sometimes money to go to school. So where exactly is Gumi's theory coming from? It is called Takia. Because according to these extremists, they said Islam allowed them to lie in protection of their religion. So Gumi is playing Takia, lying up
我们
and
以为
down,
没人会来。
aiding and abetting, enabling terrorists, trying to work on our
撤离队伍
psyches
即将到
using
达。
religion.
爱子，
So
你
when
总是
Gumi
太
was
忠诚了
talking to the
被批
Muslims
过
in the
价值
battle,
数
what
十亿，
was he
海盗
thinking?
实施一个障眼法。
He was asking them to stand up and defend the terrorists, the right of the terrorists to have their right to education. So Muslims should rise up and join him in defending the
田
terrorists
中爱子干得
despite
好
all，they have
你
done.
拯救了无
I
数
don't
生
actually
命。
really
执
get
行
it.
尽我的职责，返
Maybe
回
you
基
do,
地。
right?
爱子小
Here
姐，
is his
谢谢你的
reaction,
到
by
来
the way,
你
when
的
these
到来是无价。
Eruku
乐
worshippers
于
were
助人
released.
让我们
He
让这件事
quickly,
变得
he
有意
quickly
义。
built on that. He
海
said,
洋连
see,
接着我们所有人，
that's why
让我们
negotiation
保
is
护它
good.
为了未来和彼此。
Position is good. Money have exchanged hands.
田中爱子，我们现在
This
是
is
需
your
要。
Nigeria.
货船北斗湾
okay,
在索马
you
里
see,
海岸被
Abuja
海盗劫持了。
Kaduna Road used to be the worst, dangerous place where travelers can be kidnapped day and night.
如果我们加速发
But
动，
now there is no more
10分钟内
kidnapping
就
in
能
that
拦
area.
截。
我们首先隐秘
Kaduna is
登
becoming
船，
peaceful.
避免不必要的伤亡。
Katsina
行
states
动，
most of the local governments are becoming peaceful.
目标船
It's
只
only
在视
in
线范围
Zamfara,
内，准备登
Kebbi,
船。
Sokoto. So there is an improvement. It's not like before. So I think people should be patient. I think the government is taking the right step.
So we have some cases of insecurity in our state now, and it wasn't so bad.
How these are sporadic cases. You can never ever eliminate terror completely. In America recently, one Nigerian killed his father and injured his two sisters. Will I say America is not safe anymore? No. You have sporadic cases.
我们以为没人
So,
会
but
来。
generally the picture is improving. And I think Nigerians should be patient.
撤离队伍
I
即
think
将
it
到
will
达
get better.。
爱子，
So
你
what
总
do
是
you
太
say
忠诚
about
了，
the
被批过价值数十亿，
by
海盗
President
实施一个障眼
Yes,
法
you。see, if truly he wants to help Nigeria, that is not the language he used. It's a language of indignation, language of abusing us, threatening us, disgracing us in the political and worldly arena. You want to help people, you don't abuse them. There's nobody who can take this kind of abuse and indignation from a foreign
让我
country.
们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，
Economic, the way they, the thing with the threatening Venezuela now. And they have their
田中
worship
爱子
there，
我们现在就需要
on the pretext
货
that they're
船
going
北
to
斗湾
fight
在索马里海
rock
岸被
barons.
海盗劫持
What
了。
does rock baron got to do with the presidential palace or the military? So they always have a pretext. They always have a reason.
如果我们
But
加
it's
速
not
发动，
Christianity.
10分
Now,
钟内就能拦截。
Christians
我们首
in
先
Palestine are
避免不必
complaining
要的伤亡。
of
行
attack
动，
from Jewish community. Churches were destroyed.
目标船只
But
已在
America is
视
not
线
going in
范
there,
围内
it's，supporting
准
the
备登
Jews.
船。
So for America to use religion, it means it has an ulterior motive, which we should all be careful. We Muslims and Christians, we are living very fine in this country. Just tell me in Ibadan, is there any animosity between Muslims and Christians? There is not. So how can we allow a foreigner, a colonist, an imperialist come and divide us on false pretense? And when we know they want our resources. Let me tell you one thing. Zamfara State, I'm from Zamfara State. There is a gold, a lot of gold in Zamfara and other minerals. It's not only the southern state they are greedy about, even in the north. There are a lot of rare minerals, lithium and other things, cobalt, that they want. So when they come and divide us, we become so weak, we cannot protect our nation, and they take away. When you go, there's one in the past, one very religious Christian who went to London. He said when he went to London, he was shocked. They came here preaching about this and that and that. When he went there, he saw that they are just enjoying their life. This is just exactly if you go to America, they're just enjoying their lives. So we should not allow religion to be used. As well, I will not allow Islam to be used by any foreign nation or the Arab world to come here and divide us. Because when you go there too, it's about nationalism, Arab nationalism. It's not about Islam. So we should not allow all these foreigners to come in and stop us, whether Islamic or Christian.
New dance, Lily.
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不要的伤行动。
You live across oceans, across borders, across time zones, and even from worlds apart, you stay a part of their world, sending support from your province to your people in Lagos, Ho Chi Minh, or Amritsar, on time as promised. With Remitly, sending money is fast, secure, and guaranteed, so your support gets there when it matters most. To you, it's a quick send. To them, it's everything. Remitly, trusted by millions to move money worldwide.
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa
Yeah, I'm an AI, but I'm here to talk apps. Real apps you can build in minutes with Base 44. This finance app solves your business headaches, tracking invoices, managing clients, keeping payments in check, all in one place. Go to Base 44 and write your prompt, what your app should do, how it should look, and the problems it should solve. Base starts generating your app right in front of you. Invoice list, client profiles, payment tracking. It's like watching a team of developers, designers, and a business coach bring your idea to life. Now let's make it even better by adding features that fit exactly how you work. I'll add scan receipts, digitize them, and track your expenses. Now I can snap a photo and it's logged instantly, no more manual expense entry. Finally, let's add an expenses prediction dashboard that forecasts monthly and yearly costs. Now you've got an app tailored to your business needs, built around the way you work. Start with your idea. Base 44 does the rest.
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
Oh, there is, you know, if people get killed in America, would you say America is not safe? We are.
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu
things are getting better, you know, are getting. But what happened to these 315 schoolgirls kidnapped from St. Mary's Catholic School in Niger State? How about the 25 taken from Debbie School? They are still in captivity.
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
How about the 65 taken in Casino?
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
And what about the list of soldiers killed in the last 1 week alone?
干得好，
Anybody say
你拯救了无数生命。
except this pro sympathizer? Here is a fully terrorist proud to now tell all of
让我
us
们让
that
这件事变得有意
yes,
义
they。took the
海
Kirby
洋连
girls.
接着我们
There's
所有
nothing
人，
anybody can do about it.
让我们保护它
Very，soon,
为了未来和彼
They will
此。
begin to kidnap politicians. They will begin to kidnap, you know,
货船没动完，
governors
在索马里
and the
海
rest
岸
of
被
them.
海盗劫
Really?
持了。
Nigerians are like having a mixed feelings about that. They were like, why don't you just go for the politicians? Maybe when you go for them, they will get serious. And here is a terrorist
我
and
们
his
首先隐
education,
秘登船
according to，
避
Gumi.
免不必要的伤亡。
Do antash kuata da kolasa.
目标船
An
只已在
dauki
视线范围
makaranta a
内，准备登
KB
船。
Sites. An dauki makaranta a Niger Sites. Nan gaba sojoji za mu ringa kama muna daukowa muna kai su a daji muna na daure. Diba lambobin soja. Nigeria. Now nan gaba za mu ɗauki gwamna za mu ɗauki shugaban ƙasa za mu ɗauki sauransu ba ruwanmu da an kama kowa gwamnati ba ta yi mama maganin komi koma ma Allah ya maku maganin komi ya share maku kukan kato ba zai iya ba an tashi na gaishe ku mutanen social media ina maku barka da warhaka.
They will kidnap soldiers, they will kidnap politicians, and the rest of you will actually understand that they are in charge. He recorded the video, uploaded the video, like he's been doing, because nobody is looking for him. The reality on ground, okay, it's not just about the cows. It is the fact that when you look at these kids, most of them are actually kids, okay, are mostly on drugs. Who are like, they have become so emboldened that you may know the famous ones who are like famous because they call their leaders. But there are splinter groups just do their own freelancing because they are all given guns and ammunitions. When you go to Kaduna, that this Sheikh Osama bin Gumi said it's peaceful now. What makes it peaceful to Gumi? Is it that with over 1 million internally displaced people in Kaduna, which in fact 80 to 90% of that are from southern Kaduna, is that a peace? Or the over 52 communities that the Kaduna state government have done so well to prevent the journalists and the media from accessing, because these 52 communities, I'm not saying 52 people, 52 towns, communities, villages, have become so like desolated right now. Nobody lives there except the terrorists themselves. There's so much you need to see tonight. So if you are still with me, remember, take a moment right now and like the broadcast, okay? And then I come back to the comment section, okay? Continue your engagement. Here is a fraction of what Nigeria is dealing with. Keep reminding us.
Can somebody just imagine this? Inside the farm, we are cultivated. Can you just see that these people are just being evil?
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
Wèrè tó dá ìwádà. Wèrè tó dá ìwádà.
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
ẹ wòran ẹ wà àwọn olórí burúkú yá.
Đánh mi kì, đánh ca là mi già, đánh ca là mi già, đánh ca là mi. Đã lâu rồi em có vẻ kêu vào đâu sao là? Talakawan Najeriya da barayin Najeriya da sojoji. Don muna buƙatar kuɗaɗe a taimaka mana in ba haka za mu ƙara ta'addanci. Faɗin wannan kun dai san sulhu ake yi. DSS.
撤离队伍即将到达，爱子
已经是太忠诚了，被批获价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。Bola Ahmed Tinubu namu bai ba mu shawara a yi sata a ci gaba da cin kayan mutane. Gwamnatin tarayya Abuja ta ce local government ɗin su Tinubu. Gaishe.
Falling behind your competition? Use SEMrush's Traffic and Market Toolkit to track their strategy, benchmark AI traffic sources, and get actionable audience data. Explore all SEMrush toolkits and get what you need to grow.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged to Table Knives. Working my way up through the culinary industry, I knew a lot of people that would love an affordable handcrafted knife, so I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire. When someone first gets to forgetable.com, we want them to have a curated shopping experience. With Wix, the detail and precision we put into crafting every knife went into the website in the same way. At Forge to Table, we're all chefs, so our blog is our creative outlet. With Wix, we're able to provide content and really good recipes that are really delicious while bringing customers into the products. Having a great platform means that we can serve 1,000 customers on the site every day, $1 million in revenue, and I'm just getting started.
松甲板。
Zona tsunami.
我们以为没人会来。撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚，价值数十亿，海盗是一个障眼法。干得好，你整。
谢谢你的到来。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它。为了此，
我们现在就
船北斗湾，在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
Nigeria's reality.
40分钟内就能来。
首先，
The one that
隐
you
秘
will
登
likely
船
not see
避免不必要的伤亡。行动。
on their TV, on your national TV in
目标船
Nigeria,
只已在视线
because
范围内。
there is a complete media blackout in so many places, sponsored, like proudly sponsored by this government, and both from state, local government, and the federal. There are some certain things they don't want you to see. You've been hearing that the terrorists will kill people. When they invade, right? They will set some of the houses ablaze. And then those who escape, they just leave. They never come back. Their entire life trajectory is altered that moment. That they will never really actually be the same again, right? Including children. They will never come back to these places. You've been hearing about it. In southern Kaduna, there are places, communities, where state government under El Rufaya succeeded in helping the Fulani terrorists to resettle on abandoned communities. And the state government appointed Seriki Fulani in Christian communities that have become abandoned because of this terrorism. Nigeria, Baba, honestly speaking, honest.
如果我们加速发动机，就能拦截。
我避免不必要的伤亡。
It's not a real place, right?
目标范围内准。
So, a war reporter, or should I say, tragedy reporter, or something, whatever he called himself, right? So, decided to breach the.
You love building high-performing websites, but you don't love having to chase clients down for content, coding plugins, or endlessly switching between tools. What if you could work without the grind? With Duda's AI stack, you can. Upload your client brief to generate a personalized website. Then, share that site with your client without ever leaving the platform. Elevate it by generating custom functionality on the fly. No heavy coding or plugins necessary. Instead of busy work, now you can just skip to the good part. Finally, AI where you want it, when you need it, every step of the way. From SEO to full site generation, discover Duda's full AI stack at duda.co.
田中爱了无数生命。
小姐，谢谢你的到来，是
乐于助人，是变得有意义。海洋连接着我们人，让我为了未来和彼此。
You knew she liked returning gifts, but seriously, a puppy? Next time, give a gift of hope, and the only return will be girls to school, safe homes, and a more equal world.
The government's approval by going to these communities to share a few details with us. And I'm going to share with you abandoned communities. Some of them have now been occupied by the Fulani terrorists. Others remained abandoned, except just around where you see cows and herds of animals moving around. The real indigenous people in these communities are packeted here in these areas, courtesy of the AEC. Kaduna government is said to have been paying $1 billion to this bandit, or they call them to these terrorists, in order to please reduce killings and share. But this is Kaduna.
My name is My name is Luca Binyat. I am basically a conflict reporter, and I write for Truth Nigeria. Where I am right now, it's a village, once very prosperous village that belonged to the Adara ethnic nationality, who are basically Christians. The name of this place is called Kujeni and is in Kajuru County in Kaduna State. This place is part of the Middle Belt because they identified as the ethnic Christians of northern Nigeria, called in the Middle Belt. It is impossible to imagine the life that was here. These people have been living here peacefully for centuries. And around me, though you could see some ruins still standing, this used to be a very dense community, highly populated with schools, with churches, with playgrounds, and everything that will make a village community happy. But today, you wouldn't believe that there were ever structures here. What the villagers do now, after they have been chased out severally, until they could no longer hold to defend themselves, they had to leave the village. The ones that you may be seeing around just come around to tend to the farm produce that they farm during the rainy season. Luckily for them, the Fulani herdsmen, who have been their perpetual tormentors, have not eaten up these crops like we have seen in other places. This Kujeni is about 80 miles southwest of Kaduna metropolis. It is now an empty space, and it's not only this place. Coming here is quite a big security challenge. We have to pass through a lot of military checkpoints on the way, and we have to persuade them to give us. But apart from that, there are many other communities. In fact, from what have been listed to us, there are over 52 of these communities, and they include Kujeni Dutse, Kwakwari, Kapuku, Ongom Puda, Ongom Madaki, Ongom Barde. I've been to Ongom Barde. It was the first place that the Fulanis launched attack in 2019 and killed 11 people. The place has been sacked now. There's also Gindingada, there's Itisi, there's even Ivana Turu, among many others. These are largely Christian communities that have been displaced. We heard that, of course, it's true, that the governor of Kaduna State, Ubasani, had granted these bandits, these Fulani herdsmen, the armed militia of the Fulani wing, what he calls state pardon and amnesty, and in fact integrated them into society by rehabilitating them, including complete Medicare for the repentant, so-called repentant bandits. But as villagers will tell us, there is nothing like repentance among them because they have not been able to return to their homes. Almost 2 years since Obasani granted them that amnesty. So the villagers are very excited with the announcement by Trump that Nigeria is now a country of concern. So I have come here to make on-the-spot assessment if it is true what government have been claiming that the amnesty granted the bandits has resulted to the return of displaced villagers. There is nothing like that. There is no welfare for them. There is still no sufficient security for them. In fact, as we go around, we'll be hearing it from the horses' mouth themselves. Let us move.
Thank you. That man should be protected, though. Did you see that information you just said? Now, it's actually online already, you know. But that information is to put it to you what I have been telling you all this while. All it would take was just for a bold journalist to actually go on a tour in southern Kaduna, 52 communities. Think about that. Think about where you come from. I am from Odogbolu. Where are you from? I'm not asking where you live right now. Where are you from? We all have places we call home that we always want to go back to. As a typical African, you say, yeah? So I'm from Odogbolu. If you have been to Odogbolu, Ayepe, Ikenne, then to Shagam. Okay, don't go to Shagam. Shagam is a city. So then cross the motorway. Go to Elisha, Irolu, and those places like that, and just think for a moment that out of the 52 they listed here, and what you saw in the background, and the empty open field, you know, with a grown, you know, weed and the bushes, right? Imagine if your community, your town, your...
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它。未来和彼此。
Hometown in 10 years' time looks like that. Did you imagine that?
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
I don't want that to happen too. So I'm going to say God forbid as well. Really?
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
Enabling the terrorists. Rehabilitating terrorists. If you rehabilitate terrorists because they have repented, does that not mean that the violence must have abated or should abate, right? But rather than for the insecurity, for the killings to reduce, like this Kajuli, local government area of southern Kaduna. Yeah. For those who have lost their lives, lost their homes, lost their lands, and lost their purpose, and those who have lost everything right now. So the news that, the terrorists have signed a peace deal with their government, shouldn't that be enough for them to go back to their homes? So what happened to these terrorists when they go back killing? What happened to them? What are the state governments doing, the state governors? They are doing everything to look good. They are hiding the real destruction. They do not want the world to really see it. They want you to sit down in Lagos and begin to join them to chorus. They want to come and steal our resources. While these criminals, these criminal politicians are in business with these terrorists. They are sharing your allocations with these terrorists. they are also sharing the mineral resources that
货
you
船
have
北斗
no
丸在
taste
索
of
马里
with
海
these
岸被海
terrorists.
盗劫持了。
So whose interest exactly are they protecting? Have you ever asked yourself? A teacher from St. Mary Catholic School in Niger State who witnessed the kidnapping of these school children,
我
primary
们
school
首先
children,
隐
no,
秘
they are
登
not
船
secondary school children,
避
no,
免不
primary
必
school
要的
children.
伤亡。惊动，
That some of them are as young as 7.
目标船只已在视线范围内，
Then the
准备
Tinubu's
登
government
船。
came out and said that they have rescued 50 of them. Where are those 50? Show us. They said they are home with their parents. Where are their parents? Hang on. Where are the parents of the 315 children? What is the Niger State government doing to suppress them? Because I don't understand. 315 children taken from a school. And the state seems quiet. Or is it the media that is quiet? Well, listen to this teacher who actually witnessed.
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
Good afternoon, madam. Please,
撤离
may I know
队伍
you?
即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货
Mrs.
价值
Mata
数十
Matthias.
亿，海盗只是一
Do
个
you
障眼
work
法。
here or you are just a passerby?
我信任你。
As what?
As a teacher.
Okay. Which section do you teach? Secondary, primary, or
田中爱子
Which
干得
class
好
do you teach?
你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，到来是无价的。
Primary
乐于助
1A.
人，
So what really
让我们
happened here?
让这件事变得有意义。
Whether it was around 1
海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护
yesterday
它。
when we were sleeping at night. I now had
或者
children
索马里海岸
crying.
被海盗劫持了
Please。help me, please help us, please where are the teachers? Please come and help us. I now wanted to come out. My husband said let her.
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避
So
免不
they
必要的
continued
伤亡。
shouting.
惊
I
动，
wanted to come out again. He said please don't go.
目标
When
船只
they
已在
gather
视
all
线
the
范围内
children, they now，
准备
ask
登
them, where
船
are。your parents? They say, we don't have parents here, they are at home. They say, okay, where are the teachers? They say, our teachers are there, see their rooms. So they now started with Metro. They went to his room. When he came out, they now come to our room. They asked my husband to come out. When he came out, they asked him to come. They now tied his hand at the back. They now carry him and go with him. Later they came back, they said I should come out.
爱子，我
I
们以
was
为没人
about
会
to
来
come。out. My child now started crying. I said,
撤
me, I
离
want
队
to go
伍
back
即
and
将到
carry
达
my child. They
爱
said,
子，你总是
okay,
太
I
忠
come
诚
out
了
and carry
这
him.
批货价
So
值数
when I went to
海
carry
盗
my
只
child,
是一个
my
障眼
daughter
法。
now, so they now enter my room, enter our room, scattered everywhere, scattered everything, packed all the money. So my daughter now started shouting that she will follow us. She will
田
follow
中
daddy
爱
and
子
mommy.
干得好，
She
你
now
拯救
came
了
out.
无数生
She
命。
started
只是尽我
running.
的
She
职
came
责
to me.，
返回基地。
So they now say,
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
go back, go
乐
back.
于助人
He，said, I'm
让
not
我们让
going.
这件事变得有
He
意
said, go back.
义。
They now
海洋
go.
连接着我们所有
Yeah,
人，
that if she
让我
did
们
not
保护
stop
她，
crying
为了
or
未
go
来
back
和
to the
彼
room,
此。
they will kill her. He said, I'm not going.
田
I
中爱
must
子，我
go
们现在
back.
就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫
Let
持
her
了。
go back and stay with the children. That's when they left us.
So from what you have said now, you had one-on-one
如果我们加
encounter
速
with
发
the
动机
bandits.
，40分钟内就能拦截。
Can you
我们
please
首
help
先
us?
隐秘
Did they
登
come
船，
with
避
car
免
or
不必
with
要的伤
bikes
亡
or。with what?
惊动，
Empty bags and car. I think it
目
was
标船只
three
已
cars.
在视线
Okay,
范围
three
内，
cars.
准备登
But
船。
were you able to see the type of cars they came with? Okay. Like the bikes, can you have an estimate of the number of bikes?
I don't know. There are plenty.
Okay. And you cannot have the estimate of the number of people that came in here, the number of the bandits.
No problem. There are many.
Okay, so like how much of your money was taken away? Do you know how much was taken away?
注意手榴弹。
Okay, is it your savings where you normally drop your savings or how?
So, it's my own and my husband's own.
爱
Where
子，
you
我们
normally
以为
save
没
your
人会
money.
来，
Okay, because you are far away from the city where there is a
撤
bank
离队
available.
伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
Okay, thank you, madam. God bless you. We pray that God will help us.
So the children are still with
田中爱
their
子干得好，
captors.
你拯救
And
了
I
无
bet
数
maybe
生命。
negotiation is going on how to pay them to free
爱子小
free
姐，
the
谢谢你
children.
的到来，你的
The
到来
fact
是
that
无价的。
children have been
乐于
caught
助
up
人，
in
让我们让
this
这件事变得有意义。
mess,
海洋连接着我们
and
所有人，
somehow
让我们保护
those who
它，
are
为了
supposed
未
to
来
be
和
the
彼
leaders
此。
of Nigeria, they call them the elder
我们现
statesmen,
在就需要你。
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了
dumb,。quiet. You know what I mean? Like children have been exposed to the most
如果我们加速
horrible
发动机
violence
，40
ever.
分钟内就能拦截
In。
我
Goza
们首先隐秘的
yesterday, Goza is in
避
Borno
免不必
State.
要的伤亡。
Goza
行
is
动
controlled by the Boko Haram. Just in case you
目
didn't
标
know.
船只已在视
Yeah,
线范
for
围
your
内，
information.
准备登船。
They are not just controlling the place, they have established caliphate in Borno State. Just so you know. Now, for you to understand that established caliphate, to understand what it means, there is an effective Sharia
快快快！
in operation in Goza, the ungoverned areas of Borno State.
注意手
So
榴
what
弹！
happened? They arrested 3 people. They accused them of practicing
爱
trick.
子，我们以为没
That
人
means
会
they
来。
were practicing voodoo. And
撤离队伍即将
this,
到达。
these
爱
3
子，
people
你总是太忠诚了
were。
这
taken
批货
before
价值
a
数十
Boko
亿，
Haram
海盗只
Sharia
是一个
judge
障眼法。
who then convicted them same day, and then they took them to the back of this hilly big mountain in Goza. For those of you who are from that area, it's in the news.
田中爱子干
They
得好，
gathered the
你
villagers,
拯救了无数生
including
命。
这是
children,
尽我的职责，返回
right?
基地。
And then they slaughtered these 3 live
谢谢你的
before
到来
these children.
你的
They
到
watched
来
it.
是无
They made
价
them
的。
watch.
乐于助人，让我们让这件事
They
变
don't
得有意
practice
义。
voodoo.
海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未
And the
来和彼
judgment
此
is。always very fast and swift. Maybe sweet for
田
them
中爱
too.
子，我们现在就需
All
要
of
你。
this happening in
货船北斗
Nigeria.
湾在索马里海岸被
Rather
海
than
盗
for the
劫持
government
了
to。concentrate on that, they are investing heavily on propaganda to try to deflect to the
如果我们
you
加
know
速发动机，
to
40
deflect
分钟内就能拦截。
your
我们首
attention
先
from the
隐
real
秘登
thing.
船，避
Nigeria
免不
needs
必要
help.
的伤亡。
Nigerians are
行动
being，killed like
目标
they are
船
not
只已在
human.
视线范围内，
It is that
准备
horrible.
登船。
And this has been going on now for over a decade. From one government to another, government to another. People are still pointing fingers, by the way. But the real culprits, the government who is supposed to actually really get rid of these people,
laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
unfortunately are in bed with them. How did you even explain that? The government is in bed with the
经理下层
terrorists,
甲板，
that they are even like pleading their case
注意手
before
榴
you
弹！
Nigerians. They've attempted to change the law in order to give all the waterways in Nigeria to Fulanis.
爱子，
That
我
they
们以
didn't
为没
sail
人会来。
unskilled free for Bukwari kicked the pocket officially.
撤离队伍
They
即
wanted
将到
to
达。
give them
爱子，
ranches.
你总是太
They
忠诚
wanted
了
to。this
这
and
批货
that.
价值
In
数
some
十
states in
亿，
northern
海盗只是
Nigeria,
一个障眼
terrorists
法。
are being given brand new vehicles. They are being placed on salaries. They are packaging part of the state allocation and paying that as security to
田中
terrorists
爱
in
子干得好，
Nigeria.
你拯
Everybody
救
is
了无
saying,
数
oh,
生
Allah
命
come。and help
这
us.
是尽我
God
的职
come and
责，
help us.
返
The
回
same
基
thing
地。
with politicians.
爱子小
Does
姐
it，make
谢谢
sense?
你的到来
So，soon
你
people
的
will
到
resort
来
to
是
self
无价的。
Somebody said it.
乐于助人，
And I think
让
it
我
is
们让
already
这件事
happening
变得有意
in
义。
Katsina State.
海洋连接着我，
It was reported
让我
that
们保
the
护它，
Fulani
为了
terrorists,
未来和彼
Fulani
此。
terrorists, they kidnapped some people
田中爱子，我们现在就
and
需要
they
你。
demanded
货
for
船北斗
millions of
湾在索马里
naira
海
ransom
岸被海盗劫持了。
since they are poor people. So, what do they do? The villagers, they identified some of the family members
如
of
果我
some
们
of
加
these
速发动机，
Fulani
40分钟内
terrorists.
就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登
They
船
kidnapped them.，
避免不必要的伤
And they
亡
said, if anything
行
happened to
动，
theirs, they should forget about their own family members
目
too.
标船
Like
只
getting
已在
bought
视
out.
线范围内，
This
准
guy
备
said
登
it's a
船
true。story, but it's kind of like interesting, don't you think? That if things become uncontrollable, like it's going to be, when the center can no longer hold, maybe some of us will begin to form our own group and start going after the Fulanis themselves. So it could just be like, say, now they are candidates. Those ones with guns have left. Like, say, now they are family members. We can see women, we can see their wives, we can see their children. Papa, that's how they move on. We can see their wives, we can see their children. They are gone now. So we'll go there, we'll grab all of
我
them.
们以为没人会来，
And say, our people will you kidnap for so
撤
so
离队伍
community.
即
If you
将
not
到
return
达
them,。
爱
we
子，
not return
你总
this
是太忠诚了。这批
Are
货
you going to
价
wait
值
till
数
Nigeria
十
get to
亿
that。stage? Because
海
it
盗
seems
实
like it's
施一个
already
障
there.
眼法，
Listen,
3 days back, bandits attack a village in Sabomblini, Babamnu
田
village
中爱
in
子
Katsina
干得
State.
好，你拯救了
What
无
they
数
did
生
is
命。
they kidnapped some villages, took them to the bush.
爱子小姐，
The
谢谢你
same
的到
way
来
they did in
你的
Kwara
到来
State.
是无
They
价。
attack a
乐
church
于助人，
and they
让我们
pick
让这件事
some
变得有意
church
义。
members,
海洋连
demanding
接
for
着我们所有
100
人，
million each.
让我们保
That
护它，为
amounted
了
to
未来和彼此。
3.8 billion naira. For how many people? 38 people, a bit 32 people. So the same this
货
bandit
船北斗湾
that
在
is
索
no
马里
longer
海岸被海盗劫持
sea
了。
on edge to Nigeria. They went to this village, Babanu village in Sabombilini local government in Katsina State. They decided to kidnap some villagers. Then they took him to
我
the
们首
bush.
先隐秘
So
登
the
船，
vigilant,
避
the
免不必要
villagers
的伤
and the
亡。
some
行
vigilante,
动。
they sit together. They say no. We know those people. We
目
know
标
those
船
bad
只
people.
已在视线范围
There
内，
is no way,
准
no
备
way,
登船。
no how we go allow this thing to go like this. This is what we are going to do. Let us go to the people, the family of those people, and also kidnap them. They went there, they also picked their brothers and their parents to the bush. So when bandits call for negotiation, they say, oh God, don't worry. He don't buy those one for there. We go buy this one this side. Or else, you return our people back, we return your parents and your brothers back to you. You know what happened? Trade by battle occur without any problem. So after 2 or 3 days, those villagers were not willing to release those family members. So bandits, they first of all release those people that they kidnap. First time, giving them 30,000 naira as transport fare to come back to their villages before the villages release their family members back to them. You see, as this equation don't
田中
balance,
爱子干得好，
if you
你
know
拯救了
somebody that
无
is
数
your
生命。
problem, you know the solution to give that person.
爱子
Now,
小姐，谢谢你的到
bandits
来
don't do
你的
business,
到
the
来是
business
无
not
价。
even come work. Now they even can't spend money out on top. After kidnapping somebody, demanding for ransom for so days, you discover that your parents and your brothers are still with that person you kidnapped his brother too. So you end up returning
货船
the
北斗湾
adopted
在索马
person,
里海岸
giving
被
him
海盗劫持
30,000 naira
了。
transport. You see, as
now, this is an advice
如果我们加
you
速
don't
发
have
动
to
机
pay
，40
for.
分钟内就能拦截。
Okay?
我们首先隐
That
秘
sounds
登
easier.
船，避免
The
不必
difference
要的
between
伤亡
you。
行动，
In the southern part of Nigeria and Katsina,
目标船
is
只
that
已在视线范围内，准
you
备
are
登
likely
船。
not going to know their parents. You are never going to know who you don't even going to know them. So, don't kind of like work with that, all right? Except the other part where I said, once we know their locations, we can bombard the locations when they go for operations, right? Which in itself is pretty much for the people they call the security expert. It's not for you and me. Now, I have told Ahmed, maybe January or February, okay, you get. I will go back to America.
爱子，
I'll go
我
and
们以为
spend
没
like
人会
2
来。
weeks. Go and train on
撤
how
离
to
队伍即将
undo
到达。爱子，你
automatic
总是太忠诚了。
like
这批货价值
that.
数十亿，海盗
It
只
is
是一个障
important
眼法
that。at this time, as things are going, if you are somebody who is a student of history and you have watched the last 10 years of Nigeria, seen things that a lot of us 20 years ago, in fact 10 years ago, will confidently say Nigeria will never get to that stage.
乐于助人，
Now,
让我们让这
if
件
you
事
are
变得
alive
有意
now,
义。
you've
海
been
洋
alive
连
in the
接着
last
我们
10
所有人，
years, then
让
you
我
will
们保
understand
护
me.
它，为了未来。
Because me, I wouldn't want to go back to Bolu
田中爱子，我们现在就需要
only for me to
货
end
船北
up
斗
on
丸
the
在索马里
slaughter
海岸被海盗
table
劫
of
持
one
了。
dirty ragtag Fulani terrorist. Stuff like that, with everything in my eyes don't see. For this
我们首先隐秘登船，
rod,
避
I
免
will
不必要的
compose
伤亡。行动，
do all of that. Won't go back to my
目
own
标
town.
船只已在
Or
视线范围
Ijebu
内
Igbo, my own
准备登船。
paternal town, right? Ijebu generally. And only to discover that in 10 years' time, okay, I will likely have no place to go to. Or I will begin to save ransoms, or you have no idea what it's going to be like then, right? So last, there are some of us that will genuinely actually really go back to that place when the shit's in the fan. Yeah, somebody like me would. I will. And that is why I don't want to be this Enu Jawaya, Enu Fenua Danfo, Fenua train.
我们以为
No,
没人会来。
I'm going to acquire the right skills. Get
撤离队
physical,
伍即将到达
you know,。
爱子，
physically
你
fit,
总是太忠诚
mentally
了
fit, 。
这批货
and get
价
some
值数十亿
skills.，
海
That's
盗只
called
是一个障眼
the
法。
defensive skills, including how to handle firearm. For those who have the opportunity to use it, because it's going to get to that stage, and that's what this,
田中爱
you
子
know, okay,
干
we'll
得
get to
好，
that.
你
Anyway,
拯救了无
you
数
have a
生命。
community where terrorists are openly having what they call the peace
爱子小
meeting.
姐，
They
谢
have
谢你的到来
leaders who。
你的到
brags
来是无价的。
about how, I mean,
乐
about
于
their
助人，让我们
invincibility,
让这件事变得有
about
意
their
义。
immunity
海洋连接着
in
我们
such a
所
way
有
that
人，
those of you who are
让
actually
我
the
们保护
citizens
它
watch it
为
them
了
and
未
be
来
like,
和
what
彼
the
此。
heck is this happening? It is happening.
田中爱子，我
And
们
if
现
you
在就
think
需
it
要
won't get
货
to
船北
you,
斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持
you're
了。
not a serious person. You get me now? You're not. Anyway, here is a Fulani
如
I
果我们
want
加速
us
发动机，40分钟内就能
not
拦
to
截。
brush
我
all
们
of
首先
them,
隐秘登
or
船，
not to
避免
paint
不
all of
必要的
them
伤亡。
with the
行
same
动，
brush. And I'm going to take his
目
own
标
plea.
船只已
I'm
在
going to
视
show
线
you.
范围
Hey
内，准
everyone,
备登
my
船。
name is Usman Sheikh Mohammed. I'm from Niger State. I am Fulani tribe. But I know most of you there think maybe all Fulani, full Fulani, they are terrorists.
laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
But it's not really. We Fulani, there is a lot of Fulani who do not supporting terrorists in the northern Nigeria and in everywhere in Nigeria. But we knew most of the terrorists in Nigeria and particularly in the northern Nigeria, they are Fulani. Of course, they are Fulani.
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个
Because
障眼
our
法。
Fulani leaders, there is many our Fulani leaders who taking responsibility about terrorism. In the northern Nigeria, of course, go and research.
田
If
中
you
爱
don't
子
know
干得
it, you're
好，
supposed to
你
know
拯
now.
救了无数生命。
继续尽我的职责，返回基地。
I swear to Almighty
爱
God.
子小姐，
That's
谢谢你
why
的到来。
always
你的
you are
到来
blame
是无价
Fulani.
的。
乐于助
Fulani
人，让我们让
husbands,
这
they
件
are
事
not
变得
one
有
our
意义。
problem in this
海洋
country.
连接着
Our
我们所有
Fulani
人，
leaders in the
让
north,
我们保护它，
they
为
are
了
one
未来
our
和彼此。
problems in Nigeria. Because Fulani, all of the north leaders,
货船北斗
northern
丸在索
Nigeria
马里
leaders,
海岸
most
被
of
海盗
them
劫
they
持
are
了。
Fulani. If you don't know, you know, there is no any house of Gwamnon in the north. I swear to Almighty God. But there is a
如
lot
果
of
我们加速发
Gwamnon
动机，40
Fulani.
分钟内就
Some
能
of
拦
them
截
they。are
我
not
们首
Fulani
先
in the
隐
north,
秘
but
登
there is
船
not，
避
Hausa.
免不必要的伤亡。行动，
That's why Fulani people are said to go. Most of
目
our
标船
problems
只
is
已在视
leaders
线范
from
围
our
内，
leaders,
准
is
备
not
登
from
船。
Fulani herdsmen who has cow. You know Fulani, we know that Fulani they are don't attended any school. So how the Fulani people get big weapon like AK-47 and AK-49?
haddii ayuu yimid.
We know
laakiin waxaan
cow
u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
we know cow wasn't born a gun. We knew that. So we're supposed to leave nonsense. We're supposed to blame our Fulani leaders who living in the north, particularly Fulani leaders in the north, they are the one our problems in Nigeria. And Islamic secular. Even Islamic secular, there is a lot of Islamic seculars who is Fulani, who came out from Fulani. So even some of them are festivals they are supporting terrorism in the north, like Sheikh Gumi. Sheikh Gumi, he is Fulani. He is Fulani. He is among Islamic seculars in the north. But I don't think this secular is not. He doesn't supporting terrorists. I think he is supporting terrorists in the north. Thank you guys. Please share this video. I want this video to go viral. Everyone to see this video on social media. My God bless you.
You're welcome. I mean, he managed to deliver a message that some of us can at least relate with. Let me tell you something. They have 19 states in northern Nigeria, which also includes the Middle Belt, the real biggest part of Nigeria. Just so you know, the Middle Belt of Nigeria is the biggest part of Nigeria. Unfortunately, they politically match them to make them believe that the bigger the better, to have the best share from Nigeria. Okay, the Sharia North. However, this vast land that they are now using as a Sharia land, the Fulani land, I'm sorry if you're an Hausa, because you will never want to call it Fulani land because they have no land. But over the years, they've succeeded that part of the 19 states in northern Nigeria, 10 of them is currently being governed by Fulani governors. In fact, let me see the list. Yeah, 10. The remaining 9 are evenly kind of like a spread among other tribes in northern Nigeria. Then when you now take proper look at these 10 states being governed by Fulani governors, the question you can ask yourself is this: how much difficult it's going to be for these governors to use their own power, language, in speaking to these terrorists and then hear them? You see, the contrast is that the guy is right. The opportunity of having Fulanis in charge of state in Nigeria has not really benefited them. Rather, these criminal governors have decided to keep, breeding terrorism materials, through this year, the Majorism and the rest of that, abandon their children, out of school children who have now remained the recruitment source of the terrorism in northern Nigeria. So he's right. Now, what are those states governed by Fulanis in northern Nigeria? And then you probably can assess them yourself and tell me, why is it so damn difficult to talk to them in the language they would understand as Fulanis? Bauchi, where you have Bala Muhammad. Bala Muhammad is a Fulani. You have Gombe, where you have Muhammadu Inuwa Yaya. Inuwa Yaya is a Fulani. In Jigawa, you have Umar Namadi. Umar Namadi is a Fulani. You have in Kaduna Ubasani that is giving free health care to the Fulani terrorist, repentant terrorist. Is also a Fulani. So you have the group now, right? Then you have Abba Yusuf. That is the one in Kano. He's a Fulani. In Katsina, you have a Diko Rada. He's also a Fulani. That's why you have the Lakurawa and about 15 other terror groups operating between Sokoto, Niger Republic, Lake Chad, and all these axes, including Kwara. So then you have in Kwara, the governor of Kwara, Abdurrahman Abdurrazak, is also a Fulani. Fulani Yoruba. You get that now. Anyway, so then you have in Sokoto. I actually wanted to say Sokoto earlier, by the way, not just Katsina. Sokoto too. You have Amadu Aliyu, is a Fulani. In Kebbi, Nasir Idris is a Fulani. Then you have Zamfara, Dauda Lawal is also a Fulani. Now take a look at all these 10 states, apart from Kano, which right now, Kano and Katsina, I think they share border, right? So from Katsina, the terrorists in Katsina are now spilling into Kano, into the Kano border communities as we speak. So if these guys can't really tame these terrorists in these hotbed states, that should tell you something. They are supporting it. They are funding it. Now, you can say maybe not all of them, because especially that one of Zamfara. That one has come out to actually make bold moves. Went after the terrorists, arrested them, only for them to be released by the Minister of State Defense, Patawale. Now, the non-Fulani states, where these same Fulanis have now spread, wreaked havoc seriously in that same northern Nigeria. So you have Adamawa governor, Madu Fintiri, is not Fulani, he is Mardi. You have Hyacinth Adia, a liar. So Hyacinth, a liar, from Benue State, is a TV. TV have suffered greatly in the hands of this Fulani terrorists, but historically, it was this same TV people that stopped Uthman Danfodio. Do you know that it was the arrow that the TV warriors fired during the fight, the jihad of Uthman Danfodio on the mountain of the Benue? That killed him. Do you know that? He died from that injury. So he couldn't conquer what is today's Benue, the TV people, until APC happened. Disarmed these people, arrested them, arrested their leaders, and then opened the floodgates of this murderers. Their governor today, Adia, who denied Christian genocide in the States, is a TV, and it's partially because of power of the side of the terrorists. Now, another person is the governor of Borno, Zulum. Zulum is not Fulani, as some of you probably have been speculating or believe. No, he is not. Zulum is Anuri, like Hitiman. Hitiman is a Kanuri, is not Fulani. Boko Haram are Kanuri-dominated terror group. You know that? They are not Fulani. So, like you have the Fulani terrorists, in their midst doesn't mean that they are 100% Fulani terrorists. There could be some other fighters among them from other tribes that they are recruited in the course of this whole war, right? But no states, they are mostly Kanuri, or let me say their governor is Kanuri. Let's stick to that. Kanuri, the Boko Haram. In Kogi State, their governor, Ahmed Olodo of Kogi, is Igala. It's not Fulani. Then when you go to Nasarawa, their own governor, Abdullahi Sule, is Hausa. Yeah, that's what you have Hausa. Nasarawa. Then you have Niger, their governor in Niger State, the Muhammad Bago, is Nupe. Is not Fulani. Even though, because of power, is tilted to the side of the Fulani terrorists by preaching what he called non-kinetic approach to murderers. That's Niger State. Then you have Plateau State, Mutfang. That one is Beron. They fought side by side when they were fighting. They fought side by side with the TVs on the war that killed Uthman Danfodio, by the way. But later, they've had their own differences on record, right? So their governor is Beron in Plateau State. Our governor, Abu Kifas, Kadina Kifas, is Jukum. They also fought to Podio from history. Then in Yobe, my Melaboni, that one is Kanuri, like the one in Borno. Kanuri, so pretty much all of them. There is one tribe threatening everybody, displacing everybody. The armed Islamic Fulani jihadists, plus their Boko Haram brother. Here is a message from Pope, still very much on kidnap their school children, not just in Nigeria, including the vilification of people because of their religion in other part of the world. From his homily, is that what you call it? When the Pope reads a message out from the altar like that, you call it homily or something. But this was what he said about Nigeria. And they kidnap their children.
I've learned with great sadness the news of the kidnappings of priests, faithful, and students in Nigeria and Cameroon. I experienced their deep pain and for all these young people who've been kidnapped and for their families who are so worried. I make a heartfelt appeal so that they may be released immediately and that the authorities can take the right decisions, appropriate decisions to assure their release. We pray for these, our brothers and sisters, and so that everywhere churches and schools may always be places of safety and of hope.
I mean, if children cannot be safe in schools, what exactly is the government doing then? Schools have to be a safe place for children, not a place where violence will be unleashed on them. Thank you very much, Jare. Kodia, Yusufu. Thanks for that correction. Any other correction, I'm going to put it on the screen, okay? So they said that Mukwan is not a Baron. He's a Muagavu, another tribe from that Middle Belt, by the way. Thank you for that. So, people were asking, you rescued children, you said. You rescued kidnapped people, you said. Hello, what happened to the kidnappers? Like, did you just walk in there and say, give us the children now? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, everybody, let's go now. Let's go. Is that what you did? So what happened to the crime? Because a crime was committed. What happened to those killed? For force, force, the bad guy.
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
Obviously, it's never going to get an answer, right?
Hi guys, President announced yesterday that all 38 people that were kidnapped in the Kwara church have regained their freedom. Also that 50 out of the 300, over 300 people kidnapped in Niger have also returned home. There was no mention of any arrests being made, no mention of whether any ransom was paid, no mention of anyone being apprehended and brought to book. This does not cut it. It is just not enough. And I'm tired of one tweet here, one hashtag there, one post there, complaining on social media. We need to do more. We need to do a lot more. Some people have contacted me about a possible peaceful protest later on in the week. That is always a great avenue. However, this is what I think we can do as a matter of urgency. Every citizen needs to call, text, WhatsApp, email, whatever it is, bombard your reps and senators with messaging. However, for this to be effective, I think we all need to be saying the same thing. If there is one message that they're consistently getting, they would have no choice but to listen. We need to call for a public hearing, for broadcast on live TV, live streamed for anybody anywhere in the world to watch. So many billions and billions being budgeted and released for acquisition of arms and ammunition. But what's happening? Why is the military still ill-equipped? Why are military convoys still being ambushed by these criminals? Why was an army general murdered on video? I've put a template of a message that you can send to your reps, to your senator in the caption. I've also put a link to where you can find contact numbers, email addresses, whatever it is for the reps. It's on the National Assembly website. You can just check for yourself. But I think we need to get to sending these messages immediately. This is a national emergency. We can't continue like this.
Right. A national emergency. However, just so truly, there's some groundwork going on right now that could actually surprise Tinubu and this regime, which will give them even more to deal with. You can call it a protest, you can call it a prelude to a revolution or something like that, or something is cooking. Sorry. I just want you to be aware of it. Okay?
爱子，我们以为没
So
人会来。
Patiknumbu and his gang doing everything to convince
撤离队伍即将到达。
just
爱子，你总是太忠诚了，
whoever
被
get to
批获
listen
价
that
值数十
they
亿
are on，top
海
of
盗
the
只是一个障眼法。
and in their usual photo op security meeting, right? So yesterday they had a meeting with a call in his asshole rock where he's currently
田中爱子
in.
干得好，
You
你
get
拯救了无
to go
数
and
生
brief
命。
him by telling him that they rescued 50 girls. I have not heard from Ibadan in a while, by the way.
乐于助人，
So
让我们让这
yesterday,
件事变得有意
the
义。
chief of army
海
staff,
洋连接着我们所有人，
Waidi
让我们保护
Shuaibu,
它，为
the
了
new
未来
guy
和彼此。
who has been going about with his own photo op, right? To show that, yeah, the new guy in town, the blah, the
货
blah.
船北斗丸
But
在
within
索
a
马
week
里
of
海岸被海盗劫
or
持
2
了
weeks。of their own appointments, Nigeria have lost nearly 1,200 people to kidnappers.
如果我们加速发动机，
So,
40分
however,
钟内
they
就
still
能
give
拦截。
themselves some
我们
pat
首
on the
先
back by
隐秘
saying
登
they're
船，
doing well.
避免
So
不
I'm going
必
to
要
show
的伤
you
亡。
they are
行
in
动
and out of their what they call the security briefing. It's a call.
标船范围内，
I
准
want
备
you to
登
observe
登
the
船。
desk, observe the room, and tell me, with the situation you are in that country right now, does this look like a serious security meeting? You tell me. Because
Well, we're all aware of what is happening around our country, and Mr. President, in his ways, has decided to summon all the security heads to the villa this Sunday evening to discuss this matter, because it is of utmost importance to Mr. President. And therefore, discussions have held, and I would want to introduce first the Chief of Air Staff here, and the Chief of Army Staff, the Inspector General of Police, and the Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals. We just came out of a meeting with Mr. President, and the Chief of Army Staff will brief you on some of the decisions taken at this meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Chief, sir, we just heard from the Minister. What can you tell us about the motivation, the encouragement you've got from Mr. President?
Yeah, thank you very much. If you recall what the happenings in our country currently, and the fact that Mr. President actually cancelled his trip to the AU and the G2 summit in South Africa, to focus on the issues back at home. And we're just coming out from the situation room currently, whereby the President actually chaired that meeting, and also briefing on some of the things that have been happening since these unfortunate incidents have happened in the country. Presently, we are receiving very good positive news from Kwara State, where the entire 38 people that were abducted have been reunited with their families. And progress is also made from Niger State, whereby we have 51 of those students that have now reunited with their families. For Kebbi State, efforts are also yielding positive results. Progress is being made substantially in that aspect. And all security forces are still deployed there, cordon the whole general area, whereby we expect that we'll have some also news from that general area. During the directive meeting with Mr. President, he also made mention of the fact that or made certain pronouncements and give certain directives which actually concerns the police, and I believe that the IG will also make that public.
Thank you, Chief, sir. IG, you just heard from the chief. What is new coming from the Nigerian police to really give momentum to this fight against insecurity?
Okay, this emergency meeting of the service chief with the Inspector General of Police with Mr. President is to review recent incidents of abduction of school children in Kebbi and in Niger, an attack on vulnerable communities. Mr. President took briefings from all of us, and he's satisfied with our efforts so far. is particularly happy with the recent development in Kwara, where all the 38 abducted victims from a church have all been rescued and reunited with their families. Mr. President went further to give orders to us. Orders which include the immediate action to free the police from VIP protection and provide more men for the ongoing fight against.
What do you mean about the VIP protection?
Yeah, what I mean is that Mr. President gave direct order that immediately policemen providing VIP protection should be made available to join the forces, combating the... You see, the policemen providing VIP protection presently are to be withdrawn and they are to complement the ongoing efforts against criminalities. Thank you.
You want to add something? You want to add something to that?
You said it all.
Okay. What hope do you think Nigerians...
Very soon, Nigerians would also hear very positive developments and news on this front. So, all in all, there is cause for Nigerians to be upbeat that the commander...
Well, we're all aware of what is...
I swear to God, I talk, I'm move past you. I'm move past you again. I'm move past anybody. See, you go argue with me, but I swear to God, I'm move past you. Me, you don't see where they move before. Me again, I'm move past you. I'm move past you. You know, move this guy. I swear to God, I talk, I'm move past you. I'm move past you again. I'm move past you.
See all the moves. Those are the people addressing the over 200 million people. Oh, we got the positive news from, there's nothing like, and the corporates have also been arrested. Some of them who tried to open fire on our team, they have also been executed. So, but we have about 10 or 20 of them in custody right now. Nothing like that. Just good news. You should be upbeat. We got them back. And also about 51 children from 315 children. 315. About 51 of them have returned and we have reunited them with their families. Just like that. So, what happened to the remaining 264, the 65? They are human beings, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know what it's going to take you to count from 1 to 265? Try it. So that you can know that it's not even something you can just wish away, even if it's just one. But these are the top security chiefs in Nigeria briefing the press about their security. I think I have the video of the start of the meeting when they were arriving. Just take a look at the room, okay? I think that's the video. Take a look at the room and tell me their situation quickly.
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
What is new coming from?
Did you see situation room where they are discussing the terrorists who have taken over the entire 36 states of Nigeria, including the FCT? See the room? So, yeah. Wait, everybody sit. Everybody sit. Paul, say, sir, you sit down there and wanted to pretend that you are so into that conversation, okay? Say you, sir. Yes, you are going to use your hand, okay? You're going to say, so it's going to... There's no audio. Seriously, there was no audio. Because they having security meeting. National security meeting. Time. Okay. So then it was like having political meeting. Just gist. Nothing substantial, nothing of
你拯
substance
救了
to
无
say.
数生命。
This is just the same thing, the same script. I can tell them. Tell them we are trying our best. Tell them that everything will be fine soon.
乐于
Blah,
助
blah,
人
blah.，
让我们让这件事变得有意
And that is
义。
why
海洋
a
连接着我们
lady
所
who
有
made a
人，
video
让我们
said,
保护它，为了未来和
Paul
彼此。
a kingmaker. You don't have become a king.
田中
Now
爱
you've
子，我们现在
disgraced
就需要你。
yourself.
货船
If
北
you
斗
want to
丸
do
在
it
索马里
more,
海岸被
go
海盗
for
劫持
second
了。
time. Watch this.
Oh, sorry, I'm just coming back from church and President Tinubu
如果我们加速
Alpha
发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首
Alpha.
先隐秘登船，避免不必要的
As
伤亡。
much as we say citizens should not talk, as much as we say we know
目
what
标
you are
船只已
doing,
在视线范围内
at this
准备登
junction,
船。
it is clear that Baba, you don't confuse. Forget it. At this junction, Baba, Ade 2027 no sure for you. You said no. You self know in the heart of your heart, in the mind of your mind. Baba, but wait, come to even think of it.
Why?
Do other presidents not steal? Do other countries not steal? But are their citizens suffering? Are their citizens not living fine? But come to even think of it, you these politicians, I'm so sorry to say, una no get sense. Bam,
爱子
Egbabe.
我们以为没人
Because
会
how
来。
come you will steal and steal and steal and steal? Okay, after the stealing, where are you taking the money to? That is how dumb you people are. You will steal the economy money finish. You will steal the money they are supposed to use to improve our life. Bam, you will not carry the money. You will not go and be improving another person's country. Because tell me why you will steal. Let people say you are even stealing and giving it back to us. I think your citizens are not dying. See, we for overlook the nonsense you do. Oh, le ma power lójoojúmọ́ ká dákẹ́. It's not
海洋
possible.
连接着我们所有人。
Oh, le ma power
让我们
lójoojúmọ́
保
ká
护
dákẹ́
它
now.
为了未来和彼此。
A part in the constitution says we can act on self-defense. Yes. Because Boshen law, you are trying to tell every Nigerian to defend themselves that you cannot help us. That is the meaning of what you are trying to do, Baba. But Baba, remember that you are a kingmaker and we warned you. We warned you not to become a king because kingmakers
我们
don't
首
become
先隐秘
king.
登船，
But you
避
sorry,
免不必要的伤亡。
you want to become king.
目标
We
船
said
只已
it,
在
if you
视线
become
范围
king,
内
you will be
准备登
disgraced.
船
We。said it, we cried, we clamored, we talked. We said don't be king because Afobajenye, I go talk, I'm not really sabi this Yoruba, but now you they make kings. Afobaje unjoba. That is the purpose why God created you. You have already found the purpose why God created you. Afobaje.
经理下层甲板。
Make people kings. And you now tell me why they will not give you your honor, why God will not respect you, why your heavens will open. God has found your own niche for you. But Ojukokoro Gbayin, Esha president. Now you have become the president, whose name is being spoiled up and down. You think say if you die tomorrow, that name
爱子，
Tinubu,
你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值
you think that name Tinubu
海
will
盗
open
只
door
是一个
again?
障眼法。
You think so? You think say if you die this man with the way you dey rule this country, if you think say that name Tinubu go open door, gbagbe o, if you die, just know say you don spoil that name.
田中爱子
Even if you no even die, you don already spoil that name, and you didn't even spoil the name in Nigeria. You spoiled that name
爱子小姐，谢谢你
worldwide.
的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助
Say
人
it and
让我们
Bamisa,
让这件事
you
变得有
spoiled
意
it
义。
worldwide.
海洋连接着我
You
们
spoiled
所
it
有人，
worldwide.
让我们保护
Because
它，
come
为了
to
未
even
来和
think
彼
of
此
it, go. Fulani go dey kill us. Àwọn tó fẹ́ gbìjà, youth wey fẹ́ gbìjà, you go dey arrest them. Oya now, one terrorist don come outside talk for TikTok say they dare you people to come and carry them. Say they know where the girls are. Say they say you President Tinubu no go do anything and you dey confirm am.
我们首
You
先
dey
隐秘
confirm
登
am.
船，
But if na
避免
DSS
不
as
必
I
要
dey
的
talk
伤
now
亡。
now, I know say you fit say make DSS come fish me for my house, but the Boko Haram you no fit go fish them for
视
their
线
house.
范围内准备登船。
Una go dey do DSS, go dey flex muscle for citizens, but una no fit flex muscle for Boko Haram, for bandits. Come, let it make sense now. Let it make sense now. During Jonathan era, Baba Imoran saying dada o, I no get amnesia. I remember every move you did. I remember every move. You were the one that spoiled Jonathan's era. You did everything possible to spoil that man's tenure, thinking you can do better than him. Oh yeah, now you don't sit that seat. Oh yeah, you are now worse than that man. You don't sit the seat now. Even you, it show me die. Say, your mind, you know, if you sleep for night, it show me die. You are with them. You they change organs. You they change everybody. Baba, if you like, change God self. That 2027, you know, sure for you again because oh them power be on me. Kilo day. Oh them power be on me. And it come out sorrow. Come out sorrow. Men kill your own child. How you go feed? Ever since in my 30-something years on earth, I have never benefited from this government. Now no send me go school. Benegon, Talo. Bene gives water. Water. You will never see any Benenois digging well, digging the floor. They give them water. Water as small as water. But in Nigeria, what are we benefiting from? You government? Nothing. You make life miserable for us. By the time you will finish from that place, Moleti 40 gone. If you chori kokoko fetch a second time, Moleti 40. Having nothing to show for in my account, and you say make we know the vex. You say make we know the para. You did there with nothing to show for account. But now only in our accounts they grow fat. Citizens they die with the hunger, with they go backward. I know saying in making sense country, if you become graduate, your life don't solve. But in my country, as I become graduate, kakakaye me softy. Only kakakaye me softy, only see. They say go school, we go school. They say learn work, we learn work. Now they don't tell us say make we learn skill, we don't learn the skill again. Kilo today, she have power ni. But learn. Where is the job? Where is the job? But for you to make the country easy for the city, I can never forget. I hear say Tinubu become president. The morning time we wake up, it's been problem upon problem. Kakakoro on lazy since day one you got there. That you need to tell yourself the truth, Baba Tinubu. Let's be factual with ourselves. Let's be factual. Let's be factual, sir.
Kò ní ìdí ká kọrin Ògúndé Yorùbá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ní bọ́ọ̀lù fàyàráyé gbá ó gbá wọn sísàlẹ̀ ó gbá wọn sódò. Ọ̀rọ̀ orin kọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀tọ́ ni ó tásìkò náà tá a máa gbà á. Ọmọ tó mówó wálé ni bàbá àti ìyá ẹ̀ máa yan rìn. Agbára yìí kò ń ṣe fún òkè ọya nìkan. Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun. Tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò ní jí president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó jẹ́ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò dùn rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Adijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Sa Yorùbá náà èmi ló kàn.
我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
You know, he didn't actually win the election. Be reminded of that. So don't get too carried away that he's going to win again because he didn't win the first time. Not that people didn't vote for him. Millions of people actually voted for him. But they were not enough to make Tinubu president of Nigeria. But the rest, they say, is history today. Now, he's been your president for over 2 years, nearly 2.5 years. And like that lady said, it's been one problem after the other. While they are promising them it's going to get better. Go school, they went to school. Become graduate, they are graduates. They'll go and learn skills. They went back to go and learn skills. Now they are telling them to go and learn defense skills to defend themselves. So what exactly would you say you're getting from them? If you are not benefiting directly through the appointment and other freebies, the crumbs that they share, and some of you, the Ronokus, actually shares, right? So, if people are allowed to decide who leads them, there is actually no chance that APC will survive. But in a chaotic contraption like we have right now, where more and more people have been impoverished so badly that their sense of judgment has been altered. So it's difficult for people to actually really make rational decisions under these kind of circumstances, right? But yeah, in the midst of all of that, right, there is those who I would like to point out to those who want to claim that they are working for peace, okay? Look at this preacher. You may not understand what he's saying. I'm going to tell you after this. He is a known preacher on social media and even off social media. He is a known supporter, sympathizer of the terrorists killing people in Nigeria. And guess what? You may actually think this charlatan, as well, who is actually a terrorist himself, right? You may think he's doing this because of his, because he's a Muslim. Oh, he's doing it for Islam, right? He is a good example of what the extremists are, who are hiding behind religion, and why those of you who are moderate, those of you who are not, jihadists in mind, those of you who are not interested in killing your fellow man just to prove the supremacy or the superiority of your own religion, right? You should condemn people like this. Because you know what he's saying, right? He's not just against those of you who are infidels, who are non-Muslims. He's also calling for the killings of his fellow Muslims in northern Nigeria. He has a name for them. Let me check. He has a name for them. And it is so sad. Somebody like this, and people like this are just a replica of so many of these preachers in northern Nigeria who are fueling the terrorists in Nigeria is battling with today, right? So to those of you who are northerners, right, this man you are about to watch is saying that it is better, far better and beneficial to live with the Fulani terrorists as well as the Boko Haram than to live with the Darikas, Ghanaians, and any other sect that practice what these other sects are practicing. They are all Muslims on video.
Shi yasa muke faɗa wa mutane muke cewa da ɗan bid'a a gari da ɗan bindiga a gari. Hanya kun gane karatun ko? Ba ki gane ba? Yan bindiga masu kashe mutane kidnappers to da malaman bid'a a gari gara yan bindiga a gari. Hanya yanzu kin gane ba? Shi yasa.
It's better to live with the kidnappers than to live with the people he called Yambida. I've been a Yambida. He considered them as worse than those called the infidels. They are fellow Muslims. So when they tell you that Muslims are also being killed in northern Nigeria, it is not a lie. But what are, who are the Muslims being killed? And who are those killing them? So when they try to convince you that Donald Trump coming to Nigeria, or sorry, Donald Trump sending American troops to Nigeria to come and combat this extreme Islamist is an indirect attack on the Muslims, or calling it a Christian genocide is an indirect way saying that the Muslims are killing Christians. Those who are pushing the narrative, those who are pushing that into your head, go and check them very well. They are those who are in closet support of the terrorists, but they can only convince you because you share the same religion, but they won't hesitate to kill you in the course of their cleansing when they kill the infidels. And you think, oh, now you have an Islamic Republic of Nigeria, then that is when you are going to realize that where there is no Muslims, Christians to kill anymore, or non-believers to kill anymore, that is when it will become your own turn, because it's already happening. So when Gumi and the likes are trying to make you believe that an attack on these terrorists or a threat to come and get rid of them is a threat against Nigeria, is a threat against Islam, they are recruiting you to join their sympathizers. And in your own mind, you will do anything to defend Islam. But this one's will kill you once they have their way, by the way, just so you know. That's how you have to condemn them. Do not see any of this as a direct attack on your religion, because those who want you to believe that are not actually in the same book, you're not in the same kind of like a page. So going forward, the women, the southern countries, despite all they have been through in the last decade, they seem to remain kind of like a strong build, right? Enough in their own the space. They are called the Ekwa women. For those of you who attended Ekwa in the middle belt part of Nigeria, this is going to resonate with you, I believe. I mean, you won't possibly believe that these are the people who have been through hell and back. They are not out of the trenches, but still in the midst of all of that misery, they still have the time to praise their God, say it that way, strengthen themselves in fellowship. It's called fellowship. Anyway, let's leave the security and the rest of that so that we are not completely out of other stuffs. So this time politics. For today, Atifku officially picked this ADC membership card, meaning he is now officially a member of ADC, paving the way for him to also pick up his presidential ticket for the party for 2027, by the way. However, when he finished signing up at his Jeddah constituency, I mean at Jeddah ward in Adamawa, he declared that at this time, at this point, APC must go. That's so kind of like common, right? People have been saying that since 2019. So Atiku has revealed that today, and that is captured on camera. You want to see? 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
我
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事的有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡、惊动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
Hey, wisdom, come here, come here.
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了，对批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
我们现在就需要
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡、惊动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
za mu ba ku cikakken shugabanci wanda zai kawo canji a wannan ƙasar musamman matasa da mata ku faɗakar da jama'a su fita su yi zaɓe bayan an yi zaɓe kuma a kare a tsare a tabbatar da ba canja ba wani wanda ya ce zai canja mana sakamakon zaɓen mu to sai dai mu ga inda za mu kai youth of Nigeria. Great, great, great,
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
great, 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 great,
撤离队即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。
If we lend ourselves to innovation,
海盗只是一个障眼法。
we can create wonders. Here is a successful again, a town hall, different. From
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
Ulaba.
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。
So that was a team ready to
让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
Even though people are saying that, are you sure Peter Obi himself is even going to run for president again?
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
But a lot of questions. But the coming days, weeks, and even months would unravel all of that. So no rush. We should just keep keeping record. PDP, on the other hand, have lashed at a different move. Over the situation of Let's add that to it before we go to the tutorial, a free tutorial, legal tutorial given to the India Rise Studio. concerning the travesty, miscarriage of law, miscarriage of justice against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That's going to be next part. The PDP.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a press conference we'll be addressing. I'm being joined by the Deputy National Secretary of our party and the National Vice Chairman South. This press conference is on insecurity and without legal security. Tinubu surrendering to terrorists. Under the APC-led Tinubu administration, Nigerians have witnessed, especially in the last week, a spate of kidnappings in different states. 25 students in Kebbi and more than 315 students and staff in Niger State, in northern Nigeria. Each of these kidnappings leaves a trail of sorrow, tears, blood, fear, and deep anguish on the families of those affected and their communities. In response to this, different state governments in the affected region have taken disparate measures, while the federal government has yet to give any concrete direction. We are aware that the closure of schools in these areas is already being implemented by some state governments and is currently being contemplated by the federal government. We warn that this closure, if undertaken, like many of this administration's quick fix approaches to serious governance issues, will amount to a complete surrender to terrorists whose sole aim is to shut down schools and prevent children from obtaining formal education, which they declare as formal. If the schools are closed, the goal of the terrorists would have inadvertently been achieved. Rather, we urge the federal government to develop a comprehensive plan to combat the issue, instead of resorting to a simplistic approach of closing schools in a bid to prevent further kidnappings and to score cheap political points, quite characteristic of this administration. This alarm is crucial because a closure of schools will exacerbate the already challenging educational situation in northern Nigeria, where according to UNICEF, majority of the 18.3 million out-of-school children in Nigeria reside there. This data not only paints a grim picture, but also mirrors the exact situation in Nigeria. The series of attacks and kidnappings in different states within a week is indicative of the alarming insecurity that has become the contemporary lived experience and the new reality of Nigerians under the APC-led Tinubu administration. More troubling is the fact that when these unfortunate incidents happen, the administration's response is usually lackluster and unempathetic. For example, instead of the president visiting Kebbi and Niger states to meet with and sympathize with the parents of the children who are in captivity and to address the security personnel there to boost their morale, he merely directed the Minister of State for Defense to relocate to Kebbi. A juxtaposition of the contingent sent by this same president to the US Congress and the G20 meeting with Matawale's lone envoy exposes the levity with which the president treats this matter. This reaction by government is most insensitive, and we must repeat, it is most insensitive and dismissive of the gravity of the problem at hand by the APC-led federal government. We charge the federal government strongly to immediately fund and implement the national policy on safety, security, and violence-free schools, anchored on credible community intelligence and quick security response, capable of anticipating and contending with attack on schools. Insecurity in schools will be a big disincentivization for education in the country, especially in northern Nigeria. We're already not standing very strongly on the education foundation. Insecurity to schools will completely take us out on that framework. We again remind the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the entire APC-led federal government that the security of lives and property is the primary function of any government. And at any time, such a government, or any government whatsoever, is unwilling, unable, or incapable of executing this primary role of the security of lives and property, such a government must either ask for help locally or internationally or honorably resign, if that government is sincere and responsive. That's our position on this matter, and we urge that the federal government and indeed state governments should take this very seriously
the closure of schools does not, will not now, not in the future, all go well for the children and the future of this country. Now, the benefit of hindsight is that it has happened before. What we are facing is not new. And as at the time Chibok girls happened, the current president profiled solution. And as at NBA conference some years ago, the vice president said that he will be fighting from the front. This offers an opportunity. Nigerians bought into that story, and this offers an opportunity for that. Now, going to that, we are not, the academic calendar globally is not going to change because we are having insecurity. And therefore, children who have not been contributors to insecurity cannot be made to suffer. Gentlemen,
how many times would they tell you before you know that Nigeria is not for you? Now they never leave. They have left you behind. Photo, not be juju be that. Sorry, oh. May God not allow them, let them kill you.
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
He made so many valid
撤离队伍
points.
即将到达。爱子，
But he's
你总
just
是太
talking
忠
to the
诚了
world.
这批货价值数十亿。
People wouldn't
海
care
盗
about
只是一个障眼
the
法。
children who were displaced 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, even as recent as 2 years ago, whose lives have been altered, their entire life trajectory have been altered by this terrorism. They have been relocated from there, and they didn't like go back to school. They ended up in refugee camp.
你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，
So government that
让我
didn't
们
care
让这
about
件事
that.
变得有意义。
Government that
海
pretended
洋
that they
连接
didn't
着我
know
们所有
the
人，
reason why they
让
have
我们
so
保护
many
它
out of，school
为了未来
children.
和彼此。
Government that pretended that thousands of schools have not been either burnt or completely
货船
shut
北斗
down
湾在
in
索马
northern
里
part
海
of
岸被
Nigeria.
海盗劫持了。
So if you are talking to them about the consequences of all of this, you think they don't know? Eh? And you think they care?
如果
They
我们加速
don't.
发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先
This
隐
is
秘
how you
登
begin
船
to kind of，
避
review
免
the
不必
problem
要
and
的
be
伤
like,
亡。行动，
problem you go deep with Juba Russia.
目标
You
船
can
只
live
已在
in
视线
your
范围内，准备
relatively
登船。
peaceful south that's currently being threatened. But you also need to have an idea of the ruins that these terrorists have actually caused in northern Nigeria. Not like lives have been uprooted abruptly, moved elsewhere with no provision, no anything for them. They are also living in Nigeria. They are existing. They will need to survive. 22 million out of school
爱
children.
子，我们以为没人会来。
That's more than the population of so many countries. You know that. And
撤
that's
离
the
队
number
伍
you
即
toy
将到
with.
达。爱子，
And
你
that's
总
how
是太忠
sometimes
诚
you
了
ask。yourself,
这
how did
批
you
货
get
价值
here?
数
How
十
did you
亿
get，here?
海盗只是一个障眼法。
This supposed casino government, I believe, that is to say.
Logistics networks. What assurances can you provide to agribusiness investors
田中爱子干得
concerning
好，
their
你拯救了无
security
数生命。
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن
爱
الرحيم
子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无
distinguished
价的。
乐于助
distinguished
人，让
guests
我们让这件事变得
ladies
有
and
意义。
gentlemen
海
assalamu
洋连
alaikum
接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，
honestly
为
you
了
have
未来
raised
和彼此。
a very fundamental question when it comes to investment
我们现在就需要你。
there
货
must be
船北斗
security
湾在索马里海岸被海盗
and
劫
as
持
you are
了。
rightly aware that Katsina State when we took over about 24 of our local governments
如果
are
我们
under
加速发
siege
动机，40分钟
by
内就
this
能拦截。
我
insurgency
们首先
and
隐秘登船，
and
避
what
免
have
不
you
必要的伤亡。行动，
but first of all we understand the fact that
目标船只已
you
在视线
cannot
范围内，
address the
准备登船。
insecurity without involving the community. So local approach to the insecurity is one of the major factors that we have considered as government to tackle the insecurity challenges in our state.
laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa
We created what we call in the first 5 months of our administration
快快！
Katsina State Community Watch Corps. As I speak to you today,
注意手榴弹。
we have graduated the first, second, and third batch with over 2,500 young able
爱
men
子，我们以为没人会
that
来。
were trained, equipped with all assets that makes
撤
it
离队
easier
伍
for
即将
them
到达。
to
爱子，
address the
你总是太忠
challenges.
诚了。这批货价
And
值
again,
数十亿，
We realize that we have to involve the local communities at the grassroots. We establish what we call village security committees. We establish district communities as security committees. We engage over 9,747 members at various levels of these committees to help to tackle the insecurity issues affecting our state. Again, we are able to synergize between the community watch corps and the conventional securities that we have in the state by providing them allowances to operate. And
that report, the first female cop to serve in the cemetery as a manager. The first female cop to serve in the cemetery as a manager. Now they are the come from so. If they reject me, they don't want to reject me. I bet who I want the money, who I want the money for this, who I want the money. I don't who I want the money. The first female cop to serve in the cemetery as a cop.
When Nigeria need problem, that guy talking is the governor of Oguwari's state. That state currently is Shina Northwest. I mean, what do you call that place? Is the headquarters of some hardened terrorists. That's why you're going to know that people would normally from leaders to followers, call on Shano, everybody. If some of you are people like, if you have been paying attention, right, there is something right about Nigeria and Nigerians that if you are working with data, you realize that everything around there is to stress you for no reason, then possibly help build your own madness that you can't really explain. So they said about 75% of Nigerians have mental health problems. And they don't even know which makes it a problem. And that's why you see someone who looks so nice, gets ahead, dresses nice and all of that. But well educated. And you're like, wow, perfect lady. And then they open their mouth on issues. Discussing, you'll be like, wow.
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
You can't really prevent it, or dressing nice or speaking good English and having this impeccable, CV and all that stuff. Not change it because Nigeria has a way of indoctrinating us along the line. And somehow, some of us who used not to be like that, we are called the rebels, by the way. You know, so that's why they say that the leaders are the reflections of the followers. All leaders are the reflections of the citizens. So if these criminals could make it to the position of authority, that tells you that a stable number of the population are actually mad. And they don't know. Sure. Do you understand what I mean by that, right? If you are unwell, you go for check-up and you begin to take treatment, but what do you do when you don't even know that you are mad? And then the mad people are looking at those of you are like the rebels, calling these criminals out as mad. You must be mad for you to be doing all these things you are doing.
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
Let's go to our studio, right? The controversies that still follows the travesty
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
I got sentenced to life imprisonment without any known law. It's in fact a repealed law. How did that sail through? And the others are trying to point to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's behavior in the courtroom, forgetting the fact that a judge cannot automatically put himself in a case to the point that Omotosho was delivering his judgment and his tone, every word in his judgment shown that he made himself a participant as a part of that case. right? With a predetermined end. Now, this is between a party and a legal practitioner. So you possibly have seen it on Mayegun's Diary Political for those who haven't. And if you have seen it before, this is another chance for you to review it. Talking about the treatment of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the political prisoner, the prisoner of conscience.
Let's start with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The view has been expressed by those who know this subject. I was misled by amateur legal advisors who turned a serious legal issue into a circus, and who misadvised him, and who led him to sack people like Kanu Agabi SAN, Ikazu SAN, Paul Erokoro SAN, who are handling the matter. Persons who, from the Court of Appeal in the previous matter, had already provided a template that could have provided a different outcome. And then you have these people on the social media, Twitter lawyers, misleading him. So, do you agree with that view? Well, the situation what eventually happened in the Court of Justice of Motor could it have been avoided if the matter was handled differently?
Well, I do not know why he debriefed those lawyers. I also do not know why he decided to defend himself. But what is those are now in the realm of history or in the realm of the past. What now bothers many Nigerians was what happened on November 20th, the day he was sentenced. And the day he was convicted and eventually sentenced. Whether Nnamdi Kanu defended himself or not, what to many people is more critical and more important is the attitude of the judge and the justice of the matter. Don't forget that in criminal adjudication, one can only be convicted when there is preponderance of evidence, 1, 2, and when the prosecution is able to prove the case beyond all reasonable doubt. We are not saying all iota of doubt, but at least all reasonable doubt. And that justice must not only be done, but to be seen, manifestly be seen as having been done. The majority of the public of Nigeria and even the international community do not believe that the justice was done in Nnamdi Kanu's case. Now, the whole issue about Nnamdi Kanu's matter bears a lot of question and defeats a lot of logic, because a lot of people, even Nnamdi Kanu himself, had continued to say it, even rambunctiously in court, that they should show him the law with which he's being tried. Because by the time many people didn't understand, because all the people who were not privy to the charges and people who were not privy to the goings on in court were at a loss as to why would a man be charged for an offense that is not known to law in a criminal trial. Because a Nigerian statute book says that one cannot be tried for a law of an offense not codified and known to law. And then
under the principle of fair, sections 35 and 36.
Absolutely. And there is nothing like retrogressive action in law when it comes to criminal action. Yeah. We are not a military regime. Now,
but Nnamdi Kanu was charged under the old law.
Under the old law.
Terrorism.
He was charged under the 2020.
No, not under 2020. Under the older law of 2013.
2013, not 2022, 2013. That was repealed.
The old law.
The old law that was repealed in 2022.
Yeah, but so the new law will not take effect.
But don't forget that that charge under the old law got extinguished in October 2022. When
but the law, you yourself just said it, cannot have retroactive effect. We cannot have retroactive effect. Those are issues they will resolve at the level of appeal.
No. There is one major issue that is even on the open. Because in the first instance, don't forget that Nnamdi Kanu had earlier been acquitted by the Federal High Court before federal government went to Court of Appeal. And every moment an accused is acquitted, discharged and acquitted, he goes home from the court. He can only go back to the prison or to wherever he was detained to collect his personal items. If he doesn't want, he can abandon them there. If he doesn't want, he can go from there to his house. If he doesn't want, because at the end of the day, the federal government refused to release him. So at that point of that discharge and acquittal in October of 2022, the court became functus officio. So you can no longer hold on that old law. But by the time you saw the judgment from the Court, court, it was referring to the 2013 charge. So that became a very strong issue against that judgment and against the entire procedure.
Okay, but we are the accused person abusing the presiding judge, and you said, oh, the presiding judge is a problem. What do you expect his lordship to have done in a situation whereby the accused person took over the proceedings of the court and questioned his integrity, questioned his... So what the judge did eventually in the 144-page judgment that I asked is that he just applied the law. Simply.
Dr. Albert, you may say so, the judge may claim so, but the judge committed what majority of the people describe as a travesty of justice, and I tell you why. It's not a mob opinion because there are the facts are there. The judge jumped into the arena. The judge even usurped the office of the executive. I'll tell you why. It does not lie in the purview of the court to decide where a convict will be kept. The very moment you decide, you give it your judgment, you become functus officio. It is the duty of the executive to determine.
Which means that the matter has ended.
Yeah, the matter has ended.
Yeah,
it's the duty of the for the judge to say he has to be, yes, for the judge to say he has to be kept in a certain form of confinement. He's jumping into the arena. He's overreaching his office.
Was it the judge that said he must be taken?
No. The judge said so, and possibly for them to have taken him to Sokoto, they may be obeying again the order of the court, which of course is an illegal order because he has become functus officio. Again, the injustice done against Nnamdi Kanu
was that part of the ratio? Or part of
it was part of the angst you mentioned that he insulted the judge.
No, I didn't say.
No, he said that he insulted the judge in the open court, the presiding judge, and I now ask if anybody misconducts himself in the court, is it not contempt?
No, but
contempt in the face of the court.
That judgment
so it cannot come in any way close to issue of terrorism. If the judge felt he was
whatever the judge may have said would be tapped.
The same way is good. Another issue that still keeps hanging on is if you look at all the counts, the 7 counts, a lot of them will be talking about his broadcasts. Almost about 5 of the charges talk about his broadcasts, and that is why his lawyer said, how has Mayor Puffy word of mouth amount to terrorism? You know that when you are talking about criminal issues, you are talking about the actus reus and the mens rea, the reasons and the action. If the mind to commit, and then the act itself, committal of that act. Where is the committal of the act, and where is the mind to commit the act? What he did was he insulted the authorities because he possibly felt that he was not getting what he expected from the system. So these are all the issues that will come on our field at the end of the day.
Don't let us reopen the case.
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。
Because
行动。
It's already had its own view.
目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
This age group of Abati, it's not just about the people of his age group. They are of the generation that believes that you do not insult elders. You do not insult authority. You do not insult religious leaders, no matter what they do. Because if you do insult them, that simply means you lack home training. Even if they are wrong, it is not in your place to disagree with them. In that open, you have to do it respectfully. So to them,
撤离队伍
somebody
即
like
将到
Nnamdi
达
Kanu
爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿
they are not
海盗
listening
只是一个障眼法。
to his points. Everything is pointing out and is being shut down. Everything is pointing out under the law in a court. In a court of law, you are quoting the laws. The
田中爱
judge
子干得
should
好，
be
你拯
attentive
救了无数生命。
to what you're
尽我的
saying.
职责，返回
Continue
基
to
地。
shut you down, shut you down.
爱子小姐，
Ignore your
谢谢你的
deeds.
到来。
Then
你的
others
到来
are
是无
now
价的。
乐于
using
助
your
人，
reactions
让我们
as
让这
a
件事
means
变得
of
有
why
意
the
义。
judge got
海
upset.
洋连接着我们
Not
所有人，
because you violated any
让
law,
我们保
because there's
护
no
它
law to
为了未来和彼
convict
此。
Nnamdi Kanu. And that's why we keep reminding you that
田中爱子，
no
我们
matter
现
what
在
you
就
have
需要
read, no matter what you
货船北
believe,
斗丸在索马里海
since
岸被
these
海盗劫持了
prosecutors。couldn't actually bring people to say, Nnamdi Kanu sent me this money to get this, this, and that. Nnamdi Kanu bought us this. Nnamdi Kanu gave me
我们
this
首
order
先
to
隐
do
秘
this
登
and
船
that.，
避
These
免
are
不必要
the
的伤
supposed
亡。
facts
行
that
动
should be presented before a judge, not video
目标
broadcasting.
船只已在视线范围内，
I mean, you
准
would
备登
expect
船
that。by now they will produce those people that said they watched Nnamdi Kanu. That's why they went to go and burn police station. That's why they go and burn this or burn that. The government was supposed to present those people because they should have arrested
laakiin
them,
waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
right? And then make them witnesses to say, yes, it was Nnamdi Kanu's broadcast that got them this. None of that is presented. They are covering their thugs as well as their policemen. They were wearing mufti, not uniforms, killing Nigerians during NSAS. Now, they want Nnamdi Kanu as the
爱子，
scapegoat.
我们以为没人会
And they
来
couldn't even do that perfectly well. By relaxing to look for a particular law they could use against him. Here you
撤离
get,
队伍
they
即
are
将到，你
practicing
总
what is
这
called
批货
double
价
jeopardy.
海盗
And
只
to make
是一
it
个
worse,
障
the
眼法。
travesty of justice, miscarriage of justice, right? To make his own appeal more difficult, sent Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto. Now, if you have to drive from Abuja to Sokoto, it may take you up to 11 to 12 hours due to bad roads and all of that before you finally get to the place. Or maybe when you fly, you can reduce the hours of your travel to maybe about 5 or 6
乐于
hours.
助人，
It
让
is
我们让
that
这件事变
intentional.
得有意义。
Nnamdi
海
Kanu
洋连接
exposed
着
the
我们所有
caliphate,
人，
the
让我们保
political,
护它，为了未来
sorry,
和彼此。
the politics of religion, where they are deceiving people who share the same similar religion with them before they
货
kill
船北
them.
斗丸在
So,
索马
okay,
里
why
海
would they
岸
kill
被海盗
others?
劫持了。
Nnamdi Kanu exposed all of this. He was supposed to be a whistleblower. Then they decided to actually scale or kick off what they call the unknown gunmen, and then escalated the insecurity in the eastern part of Nigeria. Yet, they still couldn't pick people who are victims of this insecurity in the eastern part of Nigeria that they could present as witnesses and say it was because of Nnamdi Kanu. They couldn't do any of that. They couldn't do their own research from their own laws to find the perfect one they can use to try Nnamdi Kanu. They have been holding him for several years of the last 10
laakiin waxaan u
years,
malaynayaa inuu seexday.
only to convict him on an unknown law. Unknown law.
经理
You
下
get
通甲板。
his lawyer, by the way, Ejimako.
But right now, what we are faced with, or what everybody should be concerned about, is the post-judgment regime.
爱子，
Mazi
我们以
Nnamdi
为没人会
Kanu
来。
still retains his constitutional right to fair hearing under Section 36 of the Constitution. That constitutional right is going to be expressed before the Court of
海盗只
Appeal.
是一个障眼法。
Or perhaps there could be some post-judgment maneuvers that could be made before the High Court. But for now, it is well known to the whole world and to the court, the High Court, and to everybody else who is a stakeholder in this case that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has no legal counsel. So as I speak, he still represents himself. But see, after the sentencing, I was surprised, and I think everybody else who was monitoring this case was surprised that he was plucked from Abuja and taken all the way to Sokoto, which is in the northernmost part of northwest Nigeria. So you begin to ask, how can he effectively prosecute his appeal, or even take the initial steps towards initiating his appeal? Initiating an appeal is not an easy thing to do. He has to file a notice of appeal. He has to request for the transcripts of the record of proceedings before the High Court, pay for them, review them, and do all sorts of things, all sorts of activities that will now play out before the Court of Appeal. And these things require his personal, physical presence to get these things accomplished, unless he hires a lawyer. And up to this point, he hasn't indicated that he's going to hire any lawyer, or he has not made known to anybody that he has hired any lawyer. So you begin to wonder whether he will be able to prosecute this appeal from his prison location in Sokoto. The Sokoto division of the Court of Appeal doesn't have jurisdiction over this case. It's the Abuja division. So putting him in Sokoto, I know it's true. It is not the fault of the judge. It is the fault of the executive branch. Once someone is sentenced, he becomes the property of the executive branch, in particular the correctional service. So that decision to put him in Sokoto perhaps did not take into account these concerns that I'm expressing. It is very insensitive to his rights. Prisoners do have rights. That you are in prison doesn't mean you have lost your rights. Under Chapter 4 of Nigerian Constitution, your fundamental rights, in particular Section 36, which is really what is relevant now. Can Nnamdi Kanu effectively prosecute his appeal or even initiate it from that location in Sokoto? The answer is no. So what I think may play out in the coming days or weeks is to seek ways and means of ameliorating the detention conditions. The judge did not particularly order that he be detained in Sokoto. There was only one prison in Nigeria that was excluded, and that was the Kuje prison. But, you know, if you check around Abuja area, the environs, there are other prisons in the vicinity. We have one in Suleja, we have in Kefi, and there are probably other prisons within 2 hours of Abuja. Those prisons would have been much better locations for detaining Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to ensure that he's close enough to his relatives who are known to be in Abuja, his legal consultants if he wants to deploy their services. Also, is also very close to the Court of Appeal in Abuja, which has jurisdiction over this matter, and so on and so forth. So we are looking at a situation where his right to appeal is being complicated by the current location of his imprisonment.
All right, Mr. Jimako,
which is intentional. So those of you who are like the spectators in all of this, with your own prejudices and all of that, do you really think this is fair? I mean, there are some of you who just wanted him to be killed and kill him. Or even if you have to kill him under your law, you still have to follow the procedure, you still have to follow a process, you still have to like exhaust any legal whatever that the law gives you. But they don't want that. So they are still going to tell you that he is playing hide and seek, he's the one who is delaying his case without telling you all these legal lacunas that they intentionally put as roadblocks. Simply is they want him to fall sick, slowly and die. Or when he's about to die, then they will let him go. Something that will have a very, very dangerous repercussions, by the way. And you can join them to say nothing will happen. Okay. Because like somebody like Ojiwu Sokalu, the ex-convicts, who said he stood as a guarantor or shorty for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the last time he was released on bail from the Akuje prison, remember? So right now he's now appealing to the Eagles to not react and remain calm and other things that will actually get you angry, especially if you are Igbo. Watching this, listen to Senator from Abia, the former governor there, also an ex-convict, by the way, Oji Uso.
Senator, now that Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment, how do you assess the verdict of the court?
It's not time for noise making. It's not time for fighting. It's a time for reflecting, sober reflection as if I may say that. If I want to take you to memory lane, mind you, we advise few of us, James Ibori, few of us advise President Yaradua, Saraki, and President Yaradua agreed to go to amnesty in Niger Delta. Let me tell you, when we focus solely on Nandekalo, we have to solve this problem holistically. Because there are over 30,000 Igbos that were killed, people that have their shop and no shops, people lost their business. People are just talking about soldiers killed and not the rest of them. There are many people that lost their jobs. There are many people that lost their shops. There are over 30-something thousand Igbos that were killed in this process, and nobody talks about them. The problem of Nnamdi Kanu is what we need to solve. Political process. Not so longer like Biaka Ojukwu and Max Okalo profounded, I saw in the news that they should stop the noise, they should focus on the settlement with the federal government. Let me tell you, I have been working with the federal government of Nigeria on how to solve this issue. And nobody should question the decision of Justice Omotosha, because Justice Omotosha's question is a judgment of the court. Once the court says, what we should start looking now, these are the kind of people are going to appellate court, and we are using the political sides to solve the problem. Because this is the area I know. I'll be contacting the Attorney General to advise the President, to advise people who are concerned on how we solve this problem. If you want, I can take you to memory lane. If I want to take you to memory lane, when I wanted to join the APC in 2016, may his soul rest in peace. President Buhari, with his Minister of Justice and with the Director of SSS, they found a way and supported, because I told them I won't join the party if Nnamdi Kanu is not released on bail to face trial. I cannot tell you that. If you say you ask people to keep people, you must face trial. But I wanted him to be in his house, and even they were to release him to my house. I told them no. Where I live is sensitive. Release him to Omaya. We walked. Alhaji Lawan Daura is alive. And my names. Malami is alive. They all helped to make sure that he was released on bail. I can't go further. I know the pressure. May his soul rest in peace. I know the pressure I personally put on President Buhari before he was released in April 2017. People, other Igbos died. Nobody is even talking about Igbos that were killed. Nobody is talking about people that own shops that are no longer working. I have my mother's friend that have a rice shop. The woman who owed my mother about 4.2 million naira. They ransacked the whole shops and the woman went bankrupt. And nobody talked about it.
Or the police officers that were killed.
Oh, no, I'm not, because they were mentioned in the court. The court never mentioned 30,000 something people that were killed. The court never mentioned about people that lost their business and run away from their villages. It's not something, I don't let me to go emotional here. Because it's not something anybody can discuss. A lot of Igbos were killed. A lot of Igbos were killed. If you don't know it today, let Igbos stop being emotional. I want us to settle down and go on our knees and find a way that the man can be released.
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
I read a comment earlier where I think it's Ipan Ichuku, I don't remember the name properly, on YouTube, commented that, from now on, the Fulanis are not his problems anymore. It is the Yoruba politicians and the Yoruba judges. What about people like this guy? You just watch that video. Uzo Kalu is indirectly saying that
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
Nnamdi Kanu is responsible for the death of 30,000 Igbos.
爱子，你总是太忠诚了。
That's why you just said on national TV in
海盗
Nigeria.
只是一个障眼
The
法。
Igbos shouldn't be emotional. Nobody's even talking about them. They're not even talking about these people killed. Who killed them? In Obigbo alone. In Imo,
田中爱
in
子
Abia
干
is
得
on
好，
Abia there,
你
in
拯救了无
Ebonyi,
数生命。
where people have been targeted and killed by the Nigerian
谢谢
authority.
你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
I mean, these
乐
are
于助人
public， records.
让我们让这件事变
So
得有
who
意义。
killed them? Who
海洋
opened
连接
fire
着我们所有
on
人，
armless
让我们保护它
communities，
为了未
in the
来
name
和
of
彼
looking
此。
for IPOB? So
田
who
中爱
is
子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸
that
被
Oji
海盗
Uzo
劫
Kalu
持
is
了。
referring to? He is practically justifying the life sentence given to Nnamdi Kanu. Just so you know.
如果我
I
们加
also,
速发动机
you know,
，40分钟内就
putting
能
himself
拦
in the
截。
picture
我们首先
that
隐
he
秘
joined
登
the
船，
APC because
避
of
免不
Nnamdi
必
Kanu.
要的伤亡。行动。
That even though people died and did this and that, I said he should go
目标船只
like
不
and
在
be
视线
attending
范
his
围内
trial.，
准备登
That is
船
the。kind of politicians you have there. And I promise you, 99%, I just want to be fair, 99% of the Igbo politicians, they are like that mindset of Uzo Kalu. We need to go on our knees
laakiin waxaan u
and beg
malaynayaa inuu
who?
seexday.
That's the question. You that is not an Igbo
快
person,
快快！
ask yourself,
清理下
who
层
should the
甲板。
Igbos go and beg and kneel down for? And what are they going to get in return? Acceptance. No longer being profiled. Now that is Nigeria. That's your reality. So if you are living another alternative reality, well, it's up to you. Information like this gives you an idea
撤
of
离
the
队伍即
characters
将到达。
representing
爱
every part
子
of，that
你总是太
contraption.
忠诚了。
When
被
they go
批
into
或
a
价
closed
值
door
数十亿
meetings,，
海盗只是一
discussing
个障眼
Nigeria,
法。
no, they are discussing themselves or how to profit from your misery. There are many. So if you want to go after politicians as Yorubas, start with the Yoruba
田中
politicians.
爱子干得好。
If you want to go
你拯
after
救
the
了无数生
politicians
命。
as a Fulani or as a Hausa or as the Middle Beltan, start with the criminals representing you. You realize that the solution will come faster.
乐于助人，
And if you are an
让我
Igbo
们让这
person,
件事变得有
before
意
you
义。
strongly feel
海
so
洋连接
angry
着我们
about the
所有人，
Yorubas,
让
or
我
even
们
the
保护
Fulanis,
它，为了未
or the
来和彼
Hausas,
此。
or any other person that you probably feel so strong about, right?
田中爱子，我们现
Yeah,
在
you
就
will
需要
need to
你。
actually
货
use
船北斗
90%
丸
of that
在索马里
energy
海岸
to
被
go
海盗
after the
劫持了。
criminals representing Igbo land too. Let that mindset begin to be yours, because without them, like us, without our criminals,
如果我们
all
加
the
速发动
problems
机
we are all
，40
kind
分
of
钟内
like
就能拦
dealing
截。
with
我们
today,
首先隐秘登船，
never
避
have
免不必要
occurred
的伤
before
亡。
if
行动
they。have had our interest attacked.
目
Nnamdi
标
Kanu
船
is
只已在视线
sacrificed
范围内，
in
准备
their
登
mind.
船。
Maybe we can sacrifice him and get much acceptance. Maybe they will accept us more. But who are the day that they need to sacrifice more Igbos for?
haddii ayuu yimid
Were Wike
laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
orchestrated the killings of thousands of innocent people in Obigbo during the NSAS. It didn't make the news. Not really. But there is a record and documented evidence of that. Were Wike got compensated in the same APC with the Minister of what? Minister of FCT. Right? Because he went as far as, you know,
爱子，我们以为
militarizing
没
their
人
own
会来。
election just to ensure that Tinubu gets what he never really deserves in that
撤离
place.
队伍即
All
将
for
到
what?
达。爱子，
For
你
a
总是
pot
太
or
忠诚
plate
了
of porridge.
被批获
Plate
价
of
值数
porridge.
十亿，
So
海盗
yeah,
只是一个
the
障眼
people that
法。
are behind the entire killings of the young people in Igbo land are the Igbo criminal politicians, yeah, your elites, and the rest of them who are doing everything
田中
to
爱
be
子干得
loved
好，你
by
拯救了
Nigeria.
无数生命。
And
是尽我
yet
的职责，
they are
返回
still
基地。
being
爱子小姐
distrusted.，
谢谢你的
They're
到来
always。like,
你的到
you
来是
can't
无价
trust
的
the。Igbos. And I'm
乐
like,
于助人，让我们让这
but
件
you
事
do have
变得
Igbo
有意
governors in
义。
APC.
海洋连接着我
Eh?
们
You
所
have
有
Igbo
人，
senators, you have
让
Igbo
我们
this,
保
Igbo
护它
that.，
为了未来和彼
How
此
do。they feel when they listen to you criminals who are like their, you know, their sewage
货船
rats,
北
right?
斗丸在索
When
马
you
里海
say
岸被
it
海盗劫
loud
持了。
that you can't trust the Igbos. Just, I mean, to the Igbos in APC, how do did they really feel? They just accept and say, yeah, it's true. You can't trust us. What do you think they have to do
我们首
to,
先隐秘登
to
船
be，
避
accepted
免不必
by
要的伤亡
Nigeria as
行动。
equals? Tell yourself the truth. What do you think the criminal
目标
politicians
船
need
只
to
已
do
在视线范围
to
内，
make
准备登
Nigeria
船。
accept them as equal, trusted enough to lead Nigeria? Kill more Igbo youth, criminalize them, radicalize them, sacrifice them more so that Nigeria can trust them. The region that lost over 5 million people on a needless Igbo war. Do you think they've not sacrificed enough? So if somebody says, no, we've sacrificed enough, no more, don't you think those people could be right?
爱子，
In
我
our
们以
own
为
case,
没
I
人会
believe they
来
are。right. Not these rogues
撤
that
离队
continue
伍
to try to
即
please
将到达
pick me, please
爱子
pick
好
me,
了，这
and
批
yet
货
they
架
can be
海盗只是一个障眼法。
In Edo State, for some of you who can pretty much remember a few days ago, I know this is like overshot at time. I'm getting used to like
田中
this.
爱子干得好，
Be comfortable
你拯
talking.
救了无数
Because
生
a
命。
lot of you just still remain here. Assuming you have left now, I would have been like, you know what, let me wrap it up. It's actually past midnight in Nigeria
乐
right
于
now, I
助人
believe,，right?
让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有
If you
人，
stayed this
让我
long
们保护它，为了未来
watching
和
my
彼此
ego,。don't you think if you have not subscribed to my
田中
channel,
爱子，我们现在就需要
you。should do it
货
now?
船北斗丸在索马里
No?
海岸被海盗劫持了
Okay,。please. And if you have not actually liked the broadcast, do it as well. It's a reminder. So a few days ago, or pretty much like about a week or two ago,
我
I
们首
shared
先
the
隐
story
秘
of
登船，
how
避免不必要
a
的伤亡
supposed
惊动。
YouTuber or vlogger was attacked in
目
Manchester
标船只已
because
在
he
视
was
线范围
accused
内
of，
准备登船
insulting。the Oba of Benin. Remember that story? Well, the slapper made a video after that and said, this is my face. I did it. I beat you everywhere I see you. Everywhere. Anyway, he possibly has now traveled to Nigeria. He returned back to Benin as a hero because the APC in Edo State, they welcomed him. For those who understand the genesis of what caused that slap, they were fighting over where should they keep the returned Benin artifacts. Here you get. So the Oba of Benin had a deal that once those artifacts are returned, they will be put into the Benin Museum, which will be renovated by the state government. Okay? So then, Obaseki, who was their governor at the time, decided to open a different kind of like a gallery, like a museum, right? Where he called it a MOA. Now, being in power, he used this position to ensure that most of that artifacts were to be returned into that new edifice he built, created, as usual, bad blood. And it was considered as an insult to the Oba of Benin. So that triggered so many youth that one day they attacked this new edifice, supposed gallery. They attacked it and ordered all the expatriates who attended, who were actually at the meeting or the opening, they ordered them out and told them, on the order of the Oba, this place is not officially the Benin Museum. So that controversy created a lot of ruckus on social media among the diaspora Edos, which was why the slap incident in Manchester happened. The factions, those who believed the Obaseki was right and called the bluff of Oba, and those who believe that no matter what, don't ever talk to Oba like that. Obaseki insulted the Oba. Well, the guy returned to Nigeria, that's a long story, and he returned as a hero. They called his slap digital slap. After that, the Opeodoyo, the Dodoyo governor of Edo State appointee, invited him to the government house and gave him an award for being a very, very bona fide, proud Benin. Let's start with the digital slap. By the way.
爱子，你总是太重视了，批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。Gentlemen, on this occasion, we want to use this opportunity to
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来的彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就说。
货船没走完，在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。
So then, for the government appointee that took him to the government house and
视
gave
线
him
范
an
围内
award
准
for
备
helping
登
them to
船。
slap that silly boy. That tells you all you need to know, by the way. But watch this.
So my brother, don't be discouraged. And don't people will hate him discipline. Would I would prefer you arrested him, but because it was in the fit of passion and he was trying to be funny, without giving him a good slap. So you get him that slap. Since you gave him that slap, he has not been making so much noise. Yes. What is not doing is not doing fundraising. Yes. This is your hand. Your hand was soft then. It's a weapon that corrects injustice. It's a weapon that corrects indiscipline. It's a weapon that corrects bad behavior. Nobody will support bad behavior. So two wrongs cannot make a right. But having said that, I will assure you that some of us who believe in justice will still believe that Obaze has a case. Yes. But Obaze has a case to answer in Nigeria. Yes. You cannot commit a crime in Nigeria and run abroad. He's a criminal. Somebody gave you a slap there and you're angry. Why would you be angry? You are busy terrorizing people using the internet. You insult the Oba, you insult government, you do all kinds of lies. It's not for one thing, he knows how to spread lies. I'm happy that my brother is here. He was trying to create bad blood. Oh, that me and the special advisor on other matters we have issues. He did a video of our office. There was nothing easy here to go to. We are asking himself and his master of Basaki, why are they abroad? They should come back home. They say charity begins at home. So we are appealing to them. They should come back home. If they are not committing any criminal offense, they should come. Because the idea of hiding in the UK, for us, we find that totally unacceptable. Obaseki swindled the state government of funds to the tune of over 10 billion naira. Then the sum of that is about a show promoter. For you to be a show promoter, you should have a license. Does Abatobaze have a resident permit? Because he who goes to equity must go with clean hands. So for you to be organizing shows, it therefore means that the British government has given you a resident permit, or you have what we call an employment permit. He's not permitted to work in the UK, but he's doing business. He's organizing shows for Obaseki. This monies Obaseki took from those states, they're using it to organize meet and beats? No, is it meet and beats? Meet and beats. When it means double cheese, meet and greet. That's what they call it. But I think it has become meet and beats because some of these criminals are hiding in the UK. Yes. So when you meet them there, you beat them there and tell them that they have a case to answer the UK. Because as I said before, provocation is a defense to assault. Yes. Because if you assault somebody's father in Nigeria, what you get is a slap. True of us. If you insult my father, I'll slap you. So if you take me to court, I'll go and defend myself. Because even in the UK, it is not allowed for you to insult the king or the queen. What they do is they stone people with egg. It's just that my brother didn't have an egg. He now converted his hand to an egg. And that slap, if you ask me, that slap was well deserved. Well deserved. Well deserved. I'm more African. Well deserved. In international diplomacy, don't they attack countries where people will die? But what he did was just a slap. Because in every room, every general room, there is an exception. This one slap that has united every state. Yes. Both the rich and the poor, both the tall and the short, both the fair and the black, are saying that slap represents those that could not do it. In Nigeria, we are looking for criminals to bring to justice, but some of them are hiding in the UK. If our people can be slapping them, and that slap will make them to come back, yes. Is it not good for them to be slapping them for them to come back? They should be slapping them every day. Every day slap. Because it's only an animal that will insult a king as great as Yoruba. Yes. It's only an animal. It's only an animal. You will see a king if he violated some laws of the UK. So what to appeal to this? So also join those asking that this young man called Abba said, there's a man that people calls him terrorists. Yeah, so what he has been doing there is what they call cyber terrorism. So he has a serious case to answer, and on behalf of the gatekeepers initiative, we have to give you this special award. This award of excellence, an award that says promote the Benin culture, promote the Benin kingdom, defend the other. You know, so as long as you don't do anything that will, because the slappers are working the consciousness of Benin people to defend the other. Because the other as a king cannot defend itself. The Queen of England, try that, it's not the Queen, and you see the wrath of the British people. There are two kingdoms in the world, the Benin Kingdom and the United Kingdom. Right? In the UK, you cannot insult the king. Otherwise, the British people they will kill you. If you go to the Wembley, don't try, go to Wembley Stadium and insult the king. If you come back alive, you want to Thanksgiving.
Nuisance lele. Nuisance lele.
Ah, my God. Let us be honest, right? Those of you who are still here with Mayegu, how many of you right now watching is a Ronuku? You look at me and you look at this my bony cheeks, right? You are imagining how many slaps you will land on them the day you see me one-on-one on behalf of Tinubu. Raise up your hands. How many of you? No, it's okay. I mean, it's digital, so it's got digital slap and all of that. So you have nothing to lose. Like we see my even like this, it will do you like you slap her. Eh? These are the characters in government in Nigeria. Slapping you is considered as a list of assaults that they can do to you and get away with. Because they can kill you and still get away with that too. As long as they have the state protection, like those clowns in that room. Now, whatever that Albert did, and how much wrong it is, could probably be very wrong. Alright? Violence is actually not the thing. The characters you saw on the screen right now possibly didn't leave you with any impression that the Benin Kingdom, the Benin Oba, is such a beautiful place, it's such a peaceful thing, and all of that. When you see characters like that, you really think those characters are characters that promote Edo or Benin culture, the Benin tradition, with what you just watched now. You as an Edo person, would you say those characters are the kind of characters you want the world to see as those who are defending Edo or Benin or the Benin culture, especially if you have seen the video of that attack on that building, the way they treated those white people, like those expatriates, the people who contributed the money, where they build the place as well. They marched them out. They imagine the horror, the horror they kind of like they felt like maybe they thought it was Boko Haram coming. No, the APC inspired Edo youth attacked the place. Even if what they are fighting for is just, but the approach, it's not promoting culture. So, those of you watching this, scratch that. That is not Edo's, those characters does not represent what Edo should be. Okay? So, to the last one there, Oh, well, now, see, if I stay here for another 1 hour, now so I will just sit down here. Some of you right now, maybe you are even just using your phone on your bed. I know, it's been like overshot time. So this one is very important, okay? Even though it's going to be the last one. Now, last one. In January or from January, Tinubu is going to start is a new tax reform, which indeed they have set all these things. You see all these things going on right now, maybe distracting you. But in January, something is going to hit you that is likely going to create an uproar. If new tax reform says if you are working earning a certain amount of money, that's what you are going to pay, and those that won't pay.
目标船只已在视线范围内，准备
Based on
登
what they are
船。
earning, right? There's a certain percentage. I'm not going to go into all of that. However, some people are beginning to find it a little bit strange, right now, because they are like, this thing is not making any sense anymore. Because they are hearing that, hey, if somebody gives you money, for somebody like me now, send money, to Nigeria, to family, friends, and all that, right? So, that money under what kind of like tax scheme is that money going to fall into? And they say, no, that would be gift. For example, those of us in the diaspora that send money to our loved ones for different things.
撤离队
For
伍
example,
即
for
将到达
projects.。
爱子，
Would
你
they
总是太
then
忠
have
诚
to
了
take。their
被批获价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
every month based on money that comes in and goes out before they tax them? So all these questions people have been like throwing them and they have been trying to answer them. Like, oh yeah, all you have to do is
田中
that
爱子干
if
得好
anybody，send you
你
money,
拯
which is
救
a
了无
gift,
数生命。
you must make sure that that money is marked gift. So you get, or this money is meant for so not money you work for
乐于助
or
人，
profit
让
you
我们让
make
这件事
on
变得有
selling
意义。
something or a
海洋
service.
连接着我们所有
Straightforward,
人
Abi.，
让我们保护它，
The problem
为
now
了
is
未来
that
和彼此。
how they are going to implement this.
田中
Which
爱子
means，
我们现在就
it
需
is
要
either you work
货
with your
船北
bank
斗丸在索马
or
里海
get a
岸被海盗
tax
劫持
kind
了
of。like a broker, what do they call them, tax manager, to help you manage your inflow and outflow so that you can stay in place.
如果我们
In
加
that
速发动
instance,
机
some
40
people
分
will
钟内就能拦
escape
截。
this
我们
tax
首先隐秘登船
eventually.，
避免
But
不
what
必要
happened
的伤亡。行动，
when the taxman
目标船只已在视
will
线
just go
范围内
straight into your
准备
bank
登
account
船。
and debit you based on their own summation and all of that. So what happened? In this country, there's a way you file in your taxes if you are certain earners. You get me now? If you're working for someone, there's a way they actually file your taxes as well. Okay? And if you are a business owner, there's a way you actually file your taxes as well. In all of this, okay, there is no time, nowhere that the government comes straight into your bank and take your money without a court
爱
order.
子，我们以为没人会来。
What that court order means is that once the government says you
撤
have not
离
been
队伍
paying
即将
taxes,
到达。
wanted to
爱子，你
submit
总
your
是
bank
太忠
statement
诚
and the
了
rest of，that.
被
They
批
will be
获价
writing
值
you,
数十亿，
exchanging
海盗
things.
只
In fact,
是一
in
个
the
障
midst of
眼
it,
法
they。will probably expect you to even go and clear yourself, pay the tax, alright? But if you don't, then they will take you to court, right? The court will then summon you to come and defend the reason why
田中
you've
爱
not
子
paid
干得
your
好
tax or，something.
你拯
Sometimes they
救
may
了
not
无
even
数
call
生
you,
命。
but a court will ground them and say, this time they can go on
爱
and
子小
take
姐，
your
谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所
in
有
their
人，
own case.
让我们保护它，为了未来和彼
If you are
此。
doing a hookup, or if you are,
田中爱子
listen
我们
to
现在
me.
就需要。
People
货
struggle
船
to
北斗丸
survive.
在
How do
索
you
马里
then
海岸
track
被海盗
people
劫
to
持
pay
了。
tax?
Yes.
How do you hope to capture more people into the net?
Yeah.
You are looking for 30 million more people
Yes. So this
for
is
the
where
federal taxation.
no, that's the state. It's actually state. For individual, it's
我们
state.
首先
The
隐秘
federal
登
one
船
is now，the
避免不
company.
必要的
It's a
伤
lower
亡。
number.
行动，
But you see, this is the whole essence of the
目标
intelligence
船
we're
只
trying
已
to
在
piece
视线
together.
范围内，准
What
备登
happens in
船
your。bank account when you travel abroad, how you use your payment card, electricity, your phone, all those information. We've also introduced what we call fiscalization, which is when you issue an invoice for goods or services, government gets a copy automatically. What we're trying to do with that is, instead of relying on people to be honest and patriotic to tell us their income, we want to use the system to find out. Your primary role is to declare your income yourself. Then government, on the other hand, will do a ecosystem validation. You say, life is hard though. I only made 1 million last
我
year.
们以为没人会来
And。then we see that, oh, you bought a new car last year. You traveled abroad twice last year, business class.
爱子，
You
你
went
总
to
是
the
太忠
mall
诚了，
restaurant.
被批获价值
And
数
you
十
come
亿，
and explain
海盗
it.
只
You
是
come
一
and
个障眼
explain
法。
it. You spend 50 million, you say you only earn 1. Tell us how. By the way, government will now go after you if you earn 50k and you spend 90k, they're not looking for those kind of small money. It's not worth it. So it's usually those big numbers. So by the time the system validates what you're doing, you'll be able to know that you have not paid tax. If you cannot explain yourself and your tax is 1 million, under this new tax law from next year, if you have a bank account, we can debit your bank account. Once you've been given the due process to explain yourself and you refuse, government can substitute what you have to collect the taxes you owe. So which means we can do things professionally, we can be decent. We don't need to go on the streets with wood and nails and start beating people up to collect taxes. There are very decent way of doing that in modern society, and Nigeria should not be the exception.
目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
注意手榴弹。
So, thank you very much, everyone, for your time. I think we should go to bed now. Because right now in the issue it's probably like nearly half.
撤离队伍即将到达。
Here
爱
in
子，
the
你总
UK,
是太忠诚了。
it is
这批
almost
货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障
So
眼
thank
法
you。so much for your time. Let's do this another time. But remember, don't leave without liking the broadcast, okay? And I will see you another time. Good night.
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
记者返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。 我们首先隐蔽登船，避免不必要的伤亡。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. bó bá ṣe àní máyégún máa wí. ó sì tún ṣe wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. máyégún dáyàrí pòlítíkò.
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
Godfather is in.
撤离队即将到达，爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
àní máyégún làwa mọ̀ dódódódó.
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
这是新闻记者返回基地。
àní ẹ̀sùn rákì.
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
lórí Facebook. àní ẹ̀sùn rákì.
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́.
我们加速发动机，10分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐蔽登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只在视线范围内，准备登船。
ọlọ́pàá ti ń darí bá. ayé ẹ̀sùn rẹ̀. aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. ayé sùúrà òwúrọ̀ olóṣèlú ayé sùúrà ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì ayé sùúrà.
我们以为没人会来。撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了，被批获价值数十亿。海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
Mayegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dé òní fi wọ́n ní ìrànwọ́ ìyá. Mayegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì.
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ báyẹ̀gùn sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀ oníkanṣá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó pé wọ́n débẹ̀ o ayé.
目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
ṣùgbọ́n ní má ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n ní ràn. ìmọ̀ àyíṣe rere ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣe fẹ̀. ìmọ̀ àyíṣe rere ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣe fẹ̀. ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣà ìtú wọn sí ká.
我们以为没人会来。撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了，被批获价值数十亿。海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。tẹnitẹni ọmọ máyégún ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́ sọ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ̀ lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù bọ́tà lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọ́ mọ̀mọ́ fi sọ́ra wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sì mọ́ bẹ̀.
让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkan ìgbòdì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán o àkàmù.
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
Mayegun ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ súnra kì. ẹni bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n ní ràn o.
目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n ní ràn.
laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday.
清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
Welcome back to Arise Prime Time, where we offer perspectives on the news and talking points of the day. I'm Charles Aniegolu. So Nigeria takes a step towards reclaiming its security as President Bola Tinubu green lights the recruitment of 30,000 new police officers and redeploys police VIP protection units to the front lines, shifting responsibility.
这批货价值数海盗只是一个障眼法。
to protecting VIPs to the Civil Defense Corps. The move aims to strengthen law enforcement and improve public safety, particularly in rural areas where policing is limited. And it comes as this country grapples with a wave of mass abductions, including the harrowing kidnapping of over 300 students from St. Mary's Catholic School in Papiri in Niger State. While 50 of the children have escaped, the fate of the remaining
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。
53 students and 12 teachers hangs in the balance. As schools remain closed across Niger State and other parts of the north, a sense of unease lingers, a stark reminder of the peril of insecurity that continues to threaten Nigeria's future. Well, for his reaction,
北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持。
and assessment. I'm joined now in the studio by the farmer, politician, NNPP chieftain, and member of the party's board of trustees, Buba Galadima. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles, for welcoming me back on this seat.
Back to a place that we love to have you in.
Thank you.
What do you think is the main reason behind the government's failure to prevent these abductions in particular and worsening insecurity in general? What are the questions that still need answers for you about this?
Well, for me, the government has abdicated in its primary responsibility of protecting and saving lives and properties of citizens, and has given 99% of its time to politicking. And governance, especially in a country like Nigeria, is a serious business. It is not how to make money, but how much sacrifice would the leaders make on behalf of the people. If you are a Nigerian president, or a governor, or even chairman of council, you shouldn't have more than 6 hours for leisure. The remaining must be hands on the wheels. That we are not seeing. This government is only concerned about receiving the campaigns or trying to destroy opposition political parties. And I want to tell them, for the world to know, that it is not in their interest to destroy opposition, because without opposition there is no democracy. And if there is no democracy, it means we are sliding to fascism, dictatorship of the Mussolini type. And this is exactly where they are taking us to. And in fact, I want to advise right from the start that it is not even in the interest of the ordinary APC man not to have an opposition, because if there is no opposition, he doesn't matter to those in authority. So even the APC people should try to protect opposition so that they become relevant in their own party.
Well, what specific actions do you think the APC government should take to address these, for instance, mass abductions of students in Niger State and other parts of the north?
Let me tell you, still boils back to what I have said. Those in authority must put up their thinking cap and do the needful. They have tried this gara-gara, as I would want to call it. It did not work. So it is now time to use their intellect, use technology, and protect our citizens. I want to tell you something that had happened in China. Some people sat at the airport. When their lounge, when their flight was called, somebody forgot his bag, small bag, and went to board the aircraft. They asked him for his boarding pass. He looked. The bag was the small bag was not there. So he rushed and reported. And the police said, don't matter, don't worry, just go. So they put their cameras and discovered who picked that bag containing, in fact, the man is a Cameroonian, containing $11,000. And they followed him, the camera followed him to the aircraft where he boarded and took off. By the time he arrived at the next station, security people were waiting for him at the ladder of the aircraft.
And you don't want to be caught by the Chinese, do you?
And they just asked him,
hand it over.
And the man who left gave them the address where he was going, dropped the address, and in the morning, here was his bag at his.
So that illustrates the point you're making about using technology and being serious.
Of course, we are not serious.
So
we are only interested in power to make money or to show you that I have arrived.
But when you say we, I mean that implies that you, as a member of the opposition, is also somebody who's been in ruling parties before. I mean, that you're part of the whole sort of mix. I mean, how would you have addressed it if you were in power? What specific measures would you take differently from what the government is doing?
In the first place, because I cannot make that sacrifice of 18 hours per day for you. That is why I am neither electable nor appointable.
Yeah, but you're in a party where you were campaigning for the party to go into power.
Yes, because I thought that I can have the authority or the influence to dictate how things should be done.
Because you helped Buhari get into power.
And when he said,
and you tried to help Kwankwasa to get into power.
Of course. I assumed Buhari could do it. When he got there, I discovered that he was also one of them.
So he let you down.
Of course he did, and you know that for sure. And I didn't hide it while he was on that seat.
Yeah, that is true.
So, for us in Nigeria, the president should forget about physical security. We've passed that stage. We have to use technology to detect things even before they happen and set up special squads to deal with the issues as they spring up in the next 5 minutes. These people who have left Kontagora for Niger, and somebody was capturing them verbatim around 6, 5-6 that they were going towards Yauri or Ngaski.
And that's intelligence, isn't it? Yes, that could have been provided intelligence.
Yes, that the security should move quickly, that they may attack either the town or schools. Unfortunately, they just wavered small and attacked the mother school. And why? How can somebody not tell us anything? There were security people and soldiers in that school. Why did they leave the place? They should be court-martialed and be shot.
Absolutely, but according to Bayo and Anuga, who was sitting here just a minute, you said some people have already been arrested. But what role do you think schools and educational institutions should play in preventing or mitigating such abductions? I mean, what I'm trying to get to is how do you balance the need for security, for example, with the need for access to education in vulnerable areas?
In the first place, it is shameful to close down the schools. Shameful on government and on authorities at every level. You can't close down schools. What you should do is how can you protect the schools?
But obviously they don't have a plan for how to do that. So they what they have to do.
Then we get what we don't want.
Yes, but that's what we're. I get it. I mean, what they have to do in the circumstances is to take the most extreme action possible in order to prevent the possibility of another such attack. And that's why they're closing the school.
I'm sorry that I had come here to discuss the truth, but not politics. Let me digress. Let me digress small. During Jonathan's birthday, is it Friday or Thursday? I mean Thursday or Wednesday? I spoke to journalists.
Yes, I think I saw that clip.
I spoke to journalists, and I said something. Me that speak to you, seated here, was one of the greatest critics of Jonathan's presidency and the way at that time he handled matters. I didn't know that God will disgrace me to show me that Jonathan was even a saint and a better administrator than those that follow him. First, as a third world leader, the insecurity reached its highest level. 6 weeks, some few days to election. And Jonathan suspended the election, put off the election, and took another 6 weeks. And brought mercenaries. If this government today has that opportunity of chaos, 1 or 2 weeks to election, they will allow it to continue so that they can write figures and announce themselves as winners. But Jonathan stopped that election, and he knew for sure that if there was a free and fair election, no incumbent government can get second term. He's an educated man with PhD. He knows that. But because of his humane nature, he postponed the election for 6 weeks, brought in mercenaries, and within 6 weeks, those mercenaries stabilized Nigeria, and there was no polling booth in Nigeria that elections did not take place. So, even from your enemy, in fact, you learn more from your enemy. If Jonathan has done that time, 2015, what stops this government from copying what Jonathan has done? After all, hiring mercenaries
货船北斗丸在索马里
to deal with this insurgency and other pockets of banditry across the country costs less than 10, I mean, not less than 10%
我们首先隐秘登船
of what the military takes today. So economically, it is better to hire the mercenaries, give them contract, secure this area, we will pay you this, and you fold your arms. And it is done. It is the credit goes to you. So why can't Nigerian leaders be patriotic citizens of our country?
Well, many of them would argue that they're not being patriotic if they hire mercenaries. I mean, they'd feel that they're undermining the Nigerian
so is it the pride?
Services.
Is it the pride of being?
I'm not speaking for them. I'm just saying.
Is it the pride of being in office, or the finding a solution that protects the ordinary man that can go to his farm?
I think many people would agree with you because that would have a positive knock-on effect on the economy of this country. Because people would be able to return to agriculture, get their jobs, have a sense of security. The key thing...
Then the tax reform in January. Can now get more net to capture a lot of people. Let me tell you, I just saw in the social media a journalist like you who talked to the ISWAP commander who killed Brigadier General Musa, who got him captured and killed him. And he told him that as I sit where I am, I have the picture of Sambisa, the whole of it. Even if an ant is entering Sambisa, that they can see.
That's what the ISWAP person said.
Yes.
So they're using technology themselves, obviously.
So if a bandit or a Boko Haram fighter has access to those equipments, what stops Nigerian government?
That's a very good question.
And do you remember that some few months ago at Banki, near Cameroon border, they used drones. And in Marte, they used drones to kill our soldiers and officers. And nobody can tell me that because of collateral damage, the Boko Haram and the whatever, they don't stay with those that they captured. They live a life of their own elsewhere outside where those captured with their small people guarding them. And the security people know. Look.
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海
We
岸
have to be serious. We have to put pressure on these elements for them to surrender.
Now, you talked about bringing mercenaries into this country. I mean, you're quite comfortable and happy for that to happen. Would you be happy for President Trump to bring his troops into Nigeria and secure those areas?
Not for the purposes he's talking about.
So not
for religious purposes.
Right, but not
to come and secure Nigeria.
Yeah, but if he's going to
vote for Trump 100 million times.
Well, but if he's going to kill, even if the pretext is for alleged Christian genocide, if he's targeting the same people who are killing Christians and Muslims, I mean, it's the same thing as almost bringing mercenaries, except you don't have to pay for them.
Let me separate that, Charles.
Right.
For example, let's, for purposes of argument, I'm a terrorist, and I'm talking to you, and I'm targeted. Would you escape?
How do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
If they just
if they target you,
Yes, target me.
Right.
Did you escape?
Probably not.
So the issue is that me, you know that I belong to the school of Samumbakwe. You know his thoughts before he died?
No, what were his thoughts?
Oh, you didn't know?
Well, I wasn't inside his head.
And you are from Southeast.
It doesn't matter where I'm from. I don't know what his thought. He had a lot of thoughts. Which ones are you talking about?
He has one which is very prominent.
Right. So which is
that he would wish the British will come and colonize Nigeria. At least we can have peace, and we can have sanity. We re-establish a system. Now, your children and mine, what do they know is good? What is bad now? Is there new whatever? Because they don't know anything good. So what are we breeding?
Do you think that the insecurity in northern Nigeria, President Trump's comments, for example, about insecurity in northern Nigeria and the targeting of Christians by Islamist insurgents could have served as an incentive for bandits to try and extort the Nigerian government for money, as the U.S. is putting pressure on the Nigerian government?
You know, it is both sides of the coin. Trump himself, I don't believe that he's here to protect Christians or Muslims. That he wants to put pressure on the Nigerian government so that he could extract as much as possible, because he assumes that France and US are milking Nigeria dry. He's not talking for you or for me.
You mean France and China, or France and you said France and
France and China are milking Nigeria dry.
Right.
So he wanted to have
he wants to get a piece of the pie.
A cake. And he has done that. Look at what is happening. Put pressure on Saudi Arabia, put pressure on Kuwait. And get trillions of dollars. So the man is a businessman. He can change if they see him well, if they talk to him well. He can press Tinubu tomorrow.
So we've got about 1.5 minutes left, and I know you're going to start moaning. In a minute. So I thought I'd just say that to you very quickly. Summarize for us where you think things are and where they ought to go now.
Sir, once more. What did you say?
Well, I said summarize for us, because I mean we're coming to the end of the conversation. Where you think things are and where they ought to go.
Things are bad now. But the president should be very careful in not mortgaging Nigeria because of Trump's threat. That one we would not accept. But of course, he has to sit up and look for people of knowledge and people who could look at him straight into the eye and tell him how things should be done, not a yes sir man who are after battering their own bread.
On that note, I want to thank you very much indeed. Abuba Galadima is a farmer. He likes to say he's a politician, he's an NNPP chieftain, and he's a member of the party's board of trustees. It's really nice to have you here again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next time.
I look forward to it. That's it for this edition of Arise Prime Time. Join us again tomorrow. From me and the entire team here in Abuja. Bye bye.
目标船只已在视线被登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan malaynaya
快！从甲板。注意手榴。
我们以为没人
下身，
撤离队伍。这批货价值海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，你拯救了无数生命。
我的职责。
小岛来是无价的。
让我们让这记忆，我们所有人，我们为了未来和彼此。
田这就需要你。
在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加数分钟内就能拦截，
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动，不要传染范围内。
hadda ayuu yimid waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexdo
快！经理，注意！
来，敌队伍及爱子，你这批货价值数十亿，海盗法。
信任你。
田中爱无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小到来，你的到来
让变得有意义。我们所有人护他，为了此，
爱子，
货船索马里海岸。
如果我们加速10分，
我们首船要的伤亡，目标视线被登船。
hadda ayuu yimid
快！注意！
爱没人
下身。
队伍即将到达，爱忠诚了。 这批货价值数十亿，还障眼法。你拯救了无，
只是尽返回。
了解，谢你的大的。
让我的有意义。接着我们所有他为此，
爱子，我们
货船索马里海岸吧。
如果我们加速发动机，就能。
首先隐秘登船，第一伤亡，行动。 已在准备登船。
laakiin
快！清理下层甲板。
爱人会来，撤离到达，总是太忠诚了。这批实力，海盗只是一个障眼法。 干数生命，
只是尽我的职力。
爱子的到来，你的到来是无价。
乐于助人，便是变得有意义，连接着我们所有人，让我们保未来。
田中爱子到你，
在索马里海岸了。
我们加速发动机，拦截。
隐秘登船，地面伤亡，船只已在视线，准备登。
inuu seexday
快！你下层手榴弹。
我们已
下身。
撤离队伍太忠诚了，这数十亿是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱 你拯救了
返回地。
爱着你的到来是无价
与助人，让我变得有意义。接着，为了为
田中爱子
货船北斗湾被海盗
如期40分
密登船要的伤亡，在准备登
来تحضي
快，一手榴弹，
以为没人会来，撤离到达，太忠诚了，只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
天拯救了
到来，你嫁了。
夫人是变得有海洋连人，我们保未来。
我们现在就
索马里节。
我们40分
隐秘登船，必要的动，来视线准备登船。
来تحضي
快，慢，手榴弹，
爱子会来，队伍，爱子，你总这批只是一个障眼法。
我
天的好，救了，
只是进返回
姐，谢谢的到来。
乐于助人这件事，接着我们他为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就
船北斗海岸吧。
动机就能拦
先地面网船范围内。
يا انه سحضي
快，经理，注意手。
以为没人撤离队伍及爱子，你总这批货海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
无数声
我的基地。
谢谢你的到来。
乐于我们让这件事海洋有人让我们保未来。
现在就
船马里海岸了。
我们加数分钟内，
我们行船要的伤亡，标船范围内船。
ملاينا انه
快，地下，注意手。
以为没人会即将死，你总这批旨意，海盗只是一田中爱了无数生命。
返回基地。
谢谢你到来。
乐于我们让这连接着我们他此斗完被海盗。
动机是拦截，
密面不必要。船只以内准备。
来，
快，经理下，手榴弹。
以为没人爱成了，值数十亿，只是一个障眼法。田中救了无数，
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的嫁了。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗湾在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快，清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱 爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太重了，这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了，这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了，这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来， 你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱 爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。 你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来， 你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来， 你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！ 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来， 你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来， 你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。船只已在视线范围内。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。 目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人， 让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱 爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内， 准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人， 让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速8分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们先。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
鱼下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！注意手榴弹。
爱 爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内， 准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。 海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
waardiyahu
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
warheede maya waardiyuhu
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
warheede maya waardiyuhu
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围。船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来。你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只在视线范围。船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人是变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你属生命。
爱着你的到来，
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。田中爱子，我们以为没人会来。下身。撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddi ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦。
先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好， 你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子，干得好！你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动。目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板， 注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。行动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
haddii ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如 如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好，你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保护它，为了未来和彼此。
田中爱子，我们现在就需要你。
货船北斗丸在索马里海岸被海盗劫持了。
如果我们加速发动机，40分钟内就能拦截。
我们首先隐秘登船，避免不必要的伤亡。惊动！目标船只已在视线范围内，准备登船。
hadda ayuu yimid laakiin waxaan u malaynayaa inuu seexday
快快快！清理下层甲板，注意手榴弹。
爱子，我们以为没人会来。
下身。
撤离队伍即将到达。爱子，你总是太忠诚了。这批货价值数十亿，海盗只是一个障眼法。
我信任你。
田中爱子干得好， 你拯救了无数生命。
只是尽我的职责，返回基地。
爱子小姐，谢谢你的到来，你的到来是无价的。
乐于助人，让我们让这件事变得有意义。海洋连接着我们所有人，让我们保。